I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon.
Sorry, guys. Oh, man, why do I have green screen on? Give me a second. I was unprepared. Had to run and get a water. Oops. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I got to mess with something right quick. By the way, can I get a mic check? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Messing with the settings right quick. All right, got it. Whew. How's everybody's Friday doing? Mic check. Can I get a audio on? We good? We good? Audio good? Yes. Yep. All right, cool. Let me not waste y'all's time too much tonight. First off, how's everybody's night? Everybody's Friday. Hope everybody's doing good. All right. You know what? Let's get into it. What makes a professional? What makes a? Did I title that wrong? No. What makes a mechanic professional? I want y'all's opinion on this. Just because you work in a shop, does that make you a professional mechanic or a technician? I don't know. I don't even know what term y'all prefer. Technician, mechanic. I just use mechanic because it's a generic term for people that work on cars or people that work on equipment. People who use their tools to fix things or their hands to fix things. Yes, these are our number one tools right here, our hands. So in my opinion, what makes a professional mechanic? What makes a mechanic a professional? Now, this is just my opinion. Somebody who's certified in a certain area. Of course, somebody who works in a shop or company or does this. You know what? Let's say somebody who does this for a living. This is their career. This is how they make their money. It's not just a side gig. Okay, let's put it like that. What makes a mechanic a professional? Somebody who does this day in and day out and makes a living turning wrenches, fixing things. You know, it goes for everything. Like Sergio. Sergio's an HVAC technician. In that sense, he wouldn't be called HVAC mechanic. No, he'd be called a HVAC technician. So I want y'all's opinion on this, and hopefully we have a good conversation. Of course, once I feel like I've got to the end of the comments, we will open up the stream and have everybody Sergio. I'm gonna skip right on to it. Oh man, it hasn't popped up. There it is. Excuse me, I'm an HVAC mechanic. This guy. Okay. um, yeah, so once I catch up on the comments, then we will start bringing people in. Probably gonna be the normal people unless a little more people want to jump in. I'm cool with that. You just gotta hit me at my email. All right, with that being said, let's get straight up into it. Hello, everybody. Lakes, are you a professional or what do you consider yourself? Are you a mechanic or are you a technician? We're not talking ASCs here, even though I have ASC badge on the um, thumbnail. No. Hello, hi, Fluff. What's going on, Uncle Mark? How are you doing? And Lakes, Uncle Mark. Oh yeah, what's going on, Barry? How you doing, my bro? And of course, I'm just gonna jump straight into it. If you work for Nissan, if you're a Nissan technician, you are a professional. Okay, Nissan technicians are pros. Okay, we do nothing wrong ever. Bill Beckett, what's going on, Bill Beckett? How are you doing? Oh yeah, what's up, Sergio? Audio on, audio good, audio great. Good evening, everybody. Uh, oh yeah, what's going on, Lakes? How are you doing? Uh, there's a pro. Where? Where? Oh yeah, right. I said anybody who works for Nissan. Oh, uh, can you become a mechanic in under a year and know how to work on 80% of cars, or do you need years of experience to be able to work on cars properly? Can you become a mechanic in under a year? Yes, you can, and know how to work on 80% of cars. 80% of cars? There's a lot of cars. I wouldn't say it's the I wouldn't say it's 80% of cars you know how to work on. Basically, if you know how to take a car apart, you should know how to put a car back together. Mechanics have a unique not feature, a unique skill, photographic memory. If we take something apart, we can put it back together, especially if you've done this before, okay? Once a mechanic does something once or twice or three times, that's it. That's all we need. We pretty much can just go on autopilot and do it day in and day out. Like me, if y'all notice, when I'm taking stuff apart, I'm just throwing bolts, throwing nuts, throwing bolts, throwing nuts, boom, boom. Just by looking at the bolt or the nut, I know exactly where it goes. Okay. Sometimes we have special washers. Sometimes the head of the bolt, where it sits on the surface, whatever you're putting it on, it's serrated or it looks like man, how it's like a locking nut. Those go in specific places, and we pretty much know where these go. Screws, the way the screws look, Torx versus Phillips, we know where those go. It's just about how many times you've done that certain job or took that certain thing apart. Um, I mean, hell, but in a year to be under a year, I would give it 2 or 3. Okay, let's say to be an ASC certified technician, you need at least 2 years verifiable experience. Now, does that mean that nobody can become an experienced tech in under that time? No, it's just everybody learns differently. What's the multi-factor? I have no idea, bro. I have not done it. I think I threw that paper away. So, uh, I don't know. Something going on with security. I know that when you fix your own mistakes. Oh, when you can fix your own mistakes, that's what makes you a professional. Okay, hold on. Bill, do you mean when we can hide our own mistakes? It takes a unique individual to mess something up and be able to hide it or fix it. I agree. What makes a professional mechanic is someone who knows what they're doing and can do it properly and do just about anything. I can agree with that too. I don't think there's any wrong answers here. Excuse me, I'm an HVAC mechanic. So you don't call yourself a technician? I would have thought otherwise. Per my own made signature on my company email. For real? I didn't. Oh, okay. Well, that's we're gonna. Sergio, are you working or are you jumping in tonight? Um, hola, esponjosos. Turner. I don't know that much Spanish, bro. Don't let the name fool you. I am a potato. Uh, how you doing, Turner? Ruben, saludos. How you doing, brother? Hello, everybody. Nick, not gonna say your last name. Hey, what's up, Levy? How you doing, Nick? How is your day? Um, I am just crazy with tools. So you just make shit happen, right? You just make stuff happen with tools. Um, Sarah, what's going on? Sorry, guys. I was just drooled. I don't know why. We use the term technician in the shop because the lube techs have that have barely any experience try to call themselves mechanics. I mean, we only know this because so at Nissan, right? We have trainee, we have technician, we have specialist technician, right? Senior specialist. No, there's four. Technician, help me out. Technician, specialist, senior specialist, and master, right? And then we, of course, we got the trainee. Yeah, I don't in a professional, let's say in a professional dealership, okay, they're seen as professionals because they work on just that make. They are. I don't know how a customer would feel at a dealership taking their car to a mechanic. Um, it doesn't mean nothing, but customers tend to put certain words with a certain category. I mean, there could be somebody at an independent dealer that can diagnose better than me, and they would be labeled as a technician. Also, when it comes to technicians, is anybody who can figure out the technical side of being a mechanic. We become a mechanic every day. We are a mechanic every day. It's basically removing and replacing parts. Um, Now the technician side, like I said, comes into play on diagnosing technical areas of the vehicle. So that's where I kind of separate the two, but doesn't mean that if you're a mechanic, you're on a different page. No, because we all have to have the ability to replace parts. Uh, I might have got that all mixed up. I don't know. My explaining is a little off. Dartman, did you change your picture? Or has it always been like that? Anyways, what's going on, Dartman? How are you doing? I would call myself a professional technician, but would not get mad at being called a mechanic. For your information, no certifications. Exactly. See? Lakes calls himself a professional mechanic or technician, uh, but doesn't mind being called a mechanic. I'm a mechanic. I label myself as a mechanic. The only time I call myself a technician is when I'm talking to customers. But if they call me the mechanic, I don't care. Why? Because all my life I wanted to be a mechanic. Huh. uh, and even when I was a loop tech, I would call myself, oh, I'm a mechanic over there at so and so. Or I mean, I would say I was a technician at so and so, right? I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a technician over here. They didn't know if I was a lube tech or a main repair tech. They just knew I was a tech. Uh, I know I am a DIY guy for sure, not professional. But do you make any sort of living off of this? Also, do you have to have training to be a professional? Or hell, because I think on hands is probably the best. I don't care how much training you've had. Just because you've had training doesn't mean you're able to retain that knowledge. Yo, what's going on, TBSS? What up, FM fan? What's going on, Fred? I see the pro. Oh, uh, hey Fred, what's going on, Fred? How you doing? This is the second stream in a row. Fred makes it in. I feel you need hours and book education to be a good mechanic. Is a combination of the two to me. Need hours in book education. Okay, so I know in Canada it's a little different story. Turner, what separates the two? We might get to that when I bring you on. Fluffy is a pro and he is humble. Have to be, bro. You have to be. Also, we have to be open-minded as well. We have to be open-minded. By the way, hands-on mechanical. If I didn't say what's up to you, what's up? Always learning. Yes, we are always learning. Like I said, we got to be open-minded. Open-minded for sure. Miguel Martinez, how are you doing, my dude? Haven't seen you in the stream in a while. Hope you're doing good, bro. Is CP online? No, he's not. He goes live in a bit. Supra. Yo, Fluffy just got out the shower. All right, bro. We need you looking squeaky clean. I got thrown to the wolves and turned flat rate in 9 months, after not having prior shop experience. Everyone progresses at their own rate. Very true. Benjamin, I turned flat rate in Express. They turned us flat rate because I don't know why. I don't know why. Because at the time when I was in Express, nobody was slacking. I don't know if we had just so much. I don't know. And it's not like there was a lot of hourly paid guys. But I think the overtime is what turned us flat rate. So if we were there and then during the slow times, they wanted us making money instead of costing the dealership money. But yes, everybody does progress at their own rate. That that is true. Lake's a real mechanic, does not know it all, and he is always learning and wanting to learn. Y'all would be so surprised if I told y'all how much hate I get for one specific video that I that I did on always learning, on my always learning, mechanics always learning or something like that. Like, check this out. I'm gonna show y'all something right quick. I still get hate on this video. This one right here, mechanics always learning, right? Look at that number, guys. Almost 1 million views on that. And then this one also. Like, and then this one wasn't even me. The mechanics must have. That wasn't even me. That was a buddy at the shop. And I get hate for it. But I like to reference this, right? Because let me see. Must have been sleeping that day in AC class. Yo, you don't know what I know. Let me see. I love the fact. Dumb moments, yes. As a mechanics, yep. See, there's some positive up in here, but there's a lot of hate. Never stop learning. Such a great thing. Yep. See, that's why it's called a clutch. Without it being engaged, you don't know. Let me see. Like I said, there's a bunch of positive comments. Where's all the negative? Maybe there's more positive than negative. Let's scroll further down. See, like this. The only question I have: how are you on the shop floor and you didn't know that? Like, bro, because I didn't know to. I didn't have to, right? So that goes back to always learning. We're always needing to learn. There's something we learn every day. I learned something today. I learned something today, right? And what I learned on a vehicle is that on this specific year and model, that the harness routes in a specific way. Okay, in that specific way, it rubs against a valve cover bolt, and that specific wire that is closest to the bolt, once the insulation is gone, your ECM is dead. I learned that today. Never knew that. And that's one of my favorite cars to work on. I never known that. Some of the other guys have seen it. I've never seen it. I've been working on my own cars since I got my first car. Ford GPW. What the hell? What the hell is that? Never heard of that. Damn. What is your guys' opinion on Scotty Kilmer? Haven't watched enough of it. I know he's a good YouTuber. That I know for sure. Everybody says he's Toyota biased. I don't know. He hates Nissans. I don't know. But I don't think I've sat and watched enough of his. I know who he is. I've seen his face around a long time, but it's never really interested me. Although he is a good YouTuber, I give it that. I think technician is more of a broad term, and mechanic is mostly known for auto mechanics. True. Wait, no, technician, no. It depends. So when we say technician or mechanic, yes, people will relate mechanics to auto mechanics, technicians. There could be a whole bunch. HVAC tech, auto body tech, auto technician. Uh, the list goes on and on. I can jump in. All right, cool. Fluffy is ain't no Sabo kid. Yeah. Oh yeah. So last fall I bought a Matco 12.5 lock and flex head ratchet 3 drive. I liked it so much that I bought the 9.5 version. In my haste, I wound up buying a second. Nah, I'm a collector. Oh man. Hey, I mean, sometimes you just gotta buy a new one just because it looks nice. I'm guilty of that. Definitely the highest paid automotive YouTube channel. Yes, that is for sure. I may be wrong, but it seems that techs that consider themselves technician will correct you for calling them mechanic. Well, not me. You call me a mechanic, like I said, I am proud to be mechanic, and just it fits with my name too, Mexicanic. I am the Mexican mechanic, although I don't know Spanish, but still, you call me a mechanic. I'm not gonna get mad at you for that. I'm not gonna hate you for that. I'm not gonna belittle you for that. Just don't call me fat. uh Congrats, Fluffy, on your YouTube milestone. Thank you. Hands on mechanical. Yes, y'all saw that. I hit. This is what's funny though. This is what's funny. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show y'all another thing. Okay. Um. So check this out. Share screen once again. Window. Boom. Boom. So right here. Okay. We'll go to the channel. This is what's weird. This is what's very weird. Y'all see that number? That number, 7,700,000, is what's actually on my channel right now. Okay, that's not what the channel has done before, because I have deleted. Remember, I had to delete a lot of my videos before. Oh god, what did I do? So then y'all saw that 7,000, but in reality, this is actually what the channel has done altogether. Okay. See if I can pull it up. Dashboard. Oops. I am messing up. Lifetime of the channel. I'm not sure if I can show that without releasing other information. Okay, yes. I can. All right, cool. So check this out, guys. What did I do here? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Okay, right here. That's the lifetime of the channel. 10 million views. And of course, 26,000, right? That's where we're at. So 10 million views as of now. That's what the channel has created all together, even with my deleted videos. For some reason, On the about me, it only shows 7 million, which I'm cool with. It's still a lot, but there's 3 million that's unaccounted for because I had to delete those videos. So yeah, hands-on mechanical. Thank you for noticing. I did see your comment. I seen a bunch of other comments too that I have not been able to reply to. But yes, for y'all that have channels, it's possible. Lakes, I man, what's Lakes at? I know Lakes is up there, right? Lakes, you got to be up there. You have to. You're monetized. Um, Ruben, question here. I have an 04 Tahoe with a P455. That sounds like an evap, right? Uses gas normal between full tank to half tank, but from half tank to empty, gas vapes very fast. Any idea what it could be? No. Uh, that's weird. How do you know it's vaping, evaporating fast? What if your gas gauge is off? What if your fuel gauge is off to where it just seems like it's using up gas quicker? You know what you can do? Have tank 200 miles. I mean, you'd have to do some math, Ruben. You would have to do some math and actually calculate. Um, you'd have to actually calculate. So run your tank as empty as you can, fill it up, see how many gallons, and then once you're at about your halfway mark, um, fill up from there and see if it's about half of what your full tank should be. It's weird because we're dependent on gauges to tell us where we're at, and that's not necessarily always um, correct. Oh, you know what, guys? I'm messing up. Sorry. I got some yellow down here. Wrenching life. We need to hit that like button. Yes, for sure. 37 up in here, and we got 16 likes. What's going on with that? That should those numbers should match. And I saw 41 up in here before. All right, wrenching life. Thank you, bro. Thank you for the $10. Always appreciate it. Very much appreciated. And yeah, are you joining in tonight? So I can send you the link. So very much appreciated. $10 donation is always welcomed and appreciated. Turner almost forgot. Oh, yep, I forgot. Dang, I hate when that happens. But anyways, thank you for the $5 donation. Like I said, very much appreciate it. Goes straight into the channel. Turner, that's gonna earn yourself a spot in the panel. Thank you. I definitely would not correct anyone for calling me a mechanic. I started considering myself a technician after I learned how to after I learned how to do electrical diagnostic and read wiring diagrams, etc. So you transformed yourself from a mechanic to a technician. But yeah, we can't hate for being a mechanic. Being a mechanic is fun. It's like when you know you're a mechanic, you just get that certain, you carry yourself differently. And when you know you're good at it, you know. Is Chris Fix considered a mechanic or DIY? That's another one where I've never followed him. I've never sat there and watched a bunch of his videos. He's one of those that I saw pop up years ago and I know who he is, just like Eric the car guy. I watched a couple of his early videos. I don't know. I don't know what he knows professionally. I don't know what he does on a day-to-day basis. I just know he is a YouTuber. That's as far as I know. I'm technically a Mason at this point. What the hell is a Mason? A tech never gets dirty. A mechanic goes home looking like Midnight Sky. So a grease monkey. You know, I've gotten called a grease monkey before. I was like, wait, hold on. That's not all we do, bro. That's not all we do. Grease monkey? No. I'm cool with a mechanic though. That's my parrot Dobie chilling on a cup. Oh, but that's always been like that. I don't know why. I think maybe because it's a little blown up on my screen that it looks different. But yeah. Happy Friday, Fluff and FM family. Thank you, Wrenching. Personals. Personals what? Technicians are the ones that work in dealership. Mechanics are the ones that work at an independent shop, and mobile mechanic gets all dirty and sore the next day. We get sore, we get dirty. Just because we're in a dealership don't mean we're always clean. I've known some dirty technicians. Yeah, we see it all. We see it all. But this might be something that separates a technician from a mechanic too. Keeping the car clean. Keeping the car clean. Not putting fingerprints on the customer's door panels. Okay. Not marking up the customer's body panels with grease marks and smudges and stuff like that. We got to take care of the customer's vehicle. In the carpenters union, a mechanic is someone who can do the complete job from start to finish. So carpenters can be considered mechanics too. I did not know that. I thought they were specifically uh, carpenters. Are certifications, formal training needed to go pro in the industry? No, no, definitely not. Um, you can be a pro without any certifications. Okay, you just like I say, I consider a professional mechanic somebody who takes pride in their work, somebody who I didn't say that before, but somebody who takes pride in their work, who can get the job done correctly, who can diagnose mechanical and electrical faults. Uh and like I said, somebody who does this for a living. Just picked up the Chief air hammer, gonna use it tomorrow. Chief, where's that from? Supra. I agree. We had a guy go to CVT field repair first day back. He didn't know what he was doing, but passed the training. Yes. I mean, how hard is it to pass? You're working with teams. You have a team. You can. There's times I go to training, guys. I'm not even gonna lie. There's times I go to training and I will do the bare minimum. Just let these guys, man. I'm just trying to get out of here. But yeah, doesn't mean I don't know anything. I just, I already know this stuff. I know it. So why am I here? I'm here to get this done. Um, what's up, Flo? What's going on, DLC? How are you doing? How are you doing tonight? Uh, pro site up on time. Get right to work. Don't leave early. Don't BS through the day. No starting at 4. Pros show up on time. Um, Barry, does that make me not a pro? I'm late every day, bro. Every day, every day, every day. Uh, this is not my profession. Fixing is a hobby. 99% are my own vehicles, although I would like the content creator apart. Although I would like the content creator apart on YouTube to eventually be my profession. So you would be a YouTube mechanic. Mechanic. There you go, Uncle Mark. Mechanic. YouTube mechanic. Uh Turbo. What happened? Oh, no, see, you're singling out. Nah, thanks. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ours are skills learned. Book is the theory and chemistry. Man, I don't know why I am having trouble reading. Ours are skilled learned. Book is a theory and chemistry that helps you come to the solution. Ours is the big part, but the book education can sometimes make the job go faster. So having the knowledge helps you out a lot. Howdy, Dave Guerrero. Uh, Dave, are you in Cali? Are you on the West Coast? Because I looked up and it said West Coast, but there's also somewhere else here. Because that toolbox you're standing in front of looks very familiar. That toolbox was on the Snap-on truck about 3 or 4 months ago. So I'm almost wondering. But we got oh my god, y'all going crazy in the comments right now. How many comments do we got? This is insane. All right. Chris JRS coming in with the $10 donation. Mechanic or tech, take pride in your work. Fluff, keep this momentum and FM community going. I'm trying, bro. I am trying my best. Trying my very best to keep this going. We talk a lot about personal stuff offline, but yes, got to keep this momentum at all cost. Even through these hard times, man, we got to keep our head up and keep on trucking. So thank you, Chris, for that $10 donation. You now earned your spot in the panel. Joking, my boy, but yes, Thank you for the $10 donation. Very much appreciated. And it's funny that I got to your comment right there. Yo, Trans King, I'm gonna have to open up the streamway here in a minute, man, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through all these comments. Flat rate overall has to be cheaper for the owners. What do you mean? For the owners, like the owners of the shop? I don't know. They're already charging a premium. Times are different. I started in 2010, and when they were laying off techs, only way I can stay is if I want flat rate. After 3 months of just starting, I had to play with the big dogs and made me learn. Dude, I started in. I was aware of the way flat rate techs got paid because of school, and then so I already understood it. But when they were switching us over to flat rate, they were telling us commission. So here I am thinking, oh, all the batteries I sell, commission. All the engine air filters I sell, commission. All the tires I sell, commission. So they got me mixed up. And then I saw my first check. I was like, where's my commission? Oh, you are commission is your flat rate. I mean, I'm getting a cut of the hourly rate, but that doesn't make me commission. I'm doing that because I'm working on the vehicle, not because I'm selling a part. You know, it got weird. But yeah, it took a little bit to get adjusted to. What up, FM fam? How's it going? East Coast. Good evening, Ken. If you show up late, leave early, BS through the day, stare at your phone all the time, work slow on purpose so your job gets passed off to the dependable people. I show up late, but it's not on purpose. I've never been a morning person. But now because I show up late, I stay late. Okay, so I make up my time. Staring at your phone, that's a big issue. I know. I'm guilty of it. I do it. Especially when it's real slow. But if I have stuff to do, man, I am in it. I'm on it. I get my phone. I get frustrated when all I hear is my phone going off or I feel my watch vibrating. I'll get my watch. I'll toss it to the side. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let me get my work done. Dang. Can't find technicians today in South Florida. Oh no, you're gonna have to fix that. Palm Beach, Kane, how are you doing? Evening Bill has to be the one. Has to be the one with the AC. Which one are you talking about? Lakes. Which one are you talking about? Hey, them haters giving you views though. Just ignore them. Yes. Definitely, man. I wish the shorts fund was there when those videos came out because man, I was killing it. My boy, the Brown DJ Academics. What you talking about? You saying I look like DJ? Nah. Hold on. All up, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. I've been a heavy duty mechanic for almost 40 years. I learn every day. And I learn every day. We're always learning. Always learning. I don't care. If you're a super tech, you're always going to be learning. The bleeder screw always goes up. Yes, definitely. I've seen people put on, oh, I had a buddy change out my calipers. Bleeder screws on the bottom. Well, no, duh. Now you can never get the air out that's on top. I forgot to say about the PO455. I changed the evap canister, purge valve. Okay, what the PO455? What exactly is that? The charcoal canister. That's what it's called. The charcoal canister. Bro, 90% of the time we don't even throw the AC compressor. Yeah, we don't even touch the AC compressor to diagnose it. That's like 99% of the time, unless we have a belt noise or a pulley noise or the belt got flung. If the belt got flung, man, it's already off. So why not check the pulleys? Why not check to see which pulley threw it? And that's most likely because their car shut off, not because the AC's blowing hot. On almost every video you watch, there's something that you can say that is negative. But what is the point? Why put someone else down to make yourself feel better? I have no idea, bro. And I've even started doing that. I'm like, man, you're weak, bro. Your comment is weak. Well, what do you mean it's weak, bro? Your comment's weak. You have nothing better to say. You saying something totally that doesn't even pertain to automotive. Like somebody said that, oh, you probably ate a cheeseburger the whole time you were doing it. Bro, what? What's that got to do with the video? Like, man, you're lame. Scotty Kilmer is definitely an honest, biased, and honest. How are you honest but biased at the same? Man, Chris, what you talking about? Just here listening to my wife nag at me. Oh, bro, go to the garage. Thoughts on the backyard engineer? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Start emailing me, guys, if y'all want to sit into the panel. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Did I say that right? Supercalifragilistic. I can't read it. I can say it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Turner. Let me see. Let me get that copy so I can start sending them out. So we got Turner wanting to jump in. Anybody else? Oh, Scotty Kilmer is always angry to me. Yeah. Ruben, did you do a smoke test? What is a 455? I only know 456. Because Nissan, all they do is 456. Small evap leak. And that could be a freaking big old hole in the canister. And it's still throwing a 456. The haters will hate no matter what we do. That is very true. They hate to see people doing better than them. We all learn and make mistakes. The distributor on my 95 Suburban, and the last thing I did climbing on the engine was knock out the vacuum line from the mat sensor to TPI off, and that was my problem. Really, bro? I've seen one, man, and this scared the hell out of me. It was like you were cranking and it would like backfire and stuff. Everybody was telling me timing. I'm like, man, nah, hell no. It's not timing. I've had this issue on my own vehicle. And the issue I had was so on the Silverado, same thing. Okay. I had a 94 or have a 94 Silverado. You know how there's a little hose from the fuel pump to the top of the fuel pump assembly? Right? There's a little hose in there. I had a split in there. So below half a tank, it wasn't getting the right fuel pressure in there, and it would backfire from not having enough fuel. And it'd backfire and it'd shoot out the throttle body. The flames. I was like, man, that's what it is. It's a fuel pump. It's a fuel pump. And they're like, no, it's timing. It's timing. I'm like, man, whatever. Let's see. Sure. It was timing. It ended up being that the teeth on the distributor were broken off. Yeah, crazy. The kids are so much smarter than I was at their age. Yeah, they are, but at the same time, there's a lot of I don't know where these kids coming from. Are there a lot of cuts and oh man, especially where I'm at? Yes. Yeah. What is the going rate for flat rate technicians? That depends. It's different everywhere. There are just as many cuz in Texas as in Cali. Oh, really? I thought there was a lot here. Change your name to Fluffy Texicanic. I don't. It doesn't flow right, guys. I've been Mexicanic forever. Like in my notebooks when I was in high school, that's what I would do. I would write Mexicanic in my notebooks. Like that was me. That was who I was. If you really knew me in high school, you knew I was Mexicanic. And I didn't play when it came to my name. Okay, I was the Mexicanic. Everybody knew me. Everybody knew that I was in the automotive classes, and that's what I was gonna do. And that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna be. That's all it was. Cause World War Cheap two made by Ford Willys, and Ford basically made identical juice green. Oh, okay, so I know which one you're talking about. Long Wheel Fluffy. What you talking about? Long Wheel. What's going on, Chrysler Tech? Are you gonna join in tonight? Lil Kong. Hey, I'm back for a screen. I'm back for a screen to answer the question. I would say it's the why. Why did say part fail, or why did I come to diagnose I came up? Know the system you're working on and how it works. Yes, we got to be able to explain it to the customer, be able to sell it to the customer. Man, I wish I could tell y'all a story, but I really can't without letting some information out. But yes, you got to be confident in your work and in explaining to customers. Hey, you joined YouTube on my birthday, on my 9th birthday. Damn, that was a long time ago. And I'm back. I just clicked on that? That was just a bump on the road to get Get over or go. That was just a bump on the road. Get over, go around them. Stuck with it. Yeah. Flat rate in SoCal. Okay, so you are in SoCal. At double minimum 31, I believe. Yes, and Chris has said that before on here. So Lakes, you're getting a link. Uh Chris, you're getting a link right now. It takes a while. I don't know why to get out there. Turner, you're getting a link. And then Sergio. I always gotta look for. Yeah, I'm doing this. Let's see. Quick wrench. Oh, quick wrench isn't in here. Wrenching. I'm sending you a link. And then Sergio sending the link. Anybody else want to join? Hit me with that email. And we'll get y'all up in here. So yes, we've heard that, Dave. And I just messed up my microphone. It's not like that here, man. Minimum wage here is still $7.25. Thank you for joining though, Dave. Appreciate it. Miguel, what's up? Yes, it was learning curve. Fred, no que maku. Yo, AK-40 round, AK-47 round. What's going on, my dude? Yeah, because it's too hard to say. 7.62 by 39 gold. Yeah, what's good, bro? ¿Qué pasa, primo? You know, que siempre quema. What? 31 ain't too bad. Hell no, it ain't. Man, that's like what? Double, triple, quadruple. It's almost quadruple what I was making when I came into the field. Keep that content coming, and those views are gonna continue to skyrocket. Man, I'm trying, bro. I am freaking trying. Carlos Avila finally caught a live stream again. What's going on, dude? Man, it's been a minute. What did you win, Carlos? I forgot. What did you win? Was it the gloves? Was it the pocket pry bars? I forgot what exactly you had won. Yeah, refresh my memory. Because yeah, you're right. It's been a minute. But as always, welcome to the stream. All right, Chris, I just got your message, bro. Fred, I reset my mileage every time I fill up. The cluster is completely rebuilt by PLC clusters from Cypress, Texas. Do you think they did it correctly? I don't know. Them guys in Cypress, I don't know. I'm gonna catch up to you on views someday. I'm at 30K. Just need, yeah, hey, bro. You're fresh. It's took me. Okay, this is y'all saw when I joined YouTube. This has been a long time. It's been a long time. There's a bunch of videos on private that y'all don't even know about, and I don't want y'all to know about them because I was over there dancing, getting my groove on with friends and stuff. Yeah, nah. HVAC mechanic, love it. 1.2 million. Yes, Lakes hit that million view mark. Hell yeah. Some gas gauges. Lakes, are you jumping in the channel? I didn't even send you a link. What is wrong with me? God damn it. Did I send you one? Yes, I did send you. Lakes, I am right. Yes, I sent you a link. I'm tripping, guys. What the hell? Some gas gauges just start moving faster on the low side. Finally figured out the real MPG of my 06 Charger RT was about, damn. I know mine was sitting at 14. Yeah, man, it was crazy. Are any of you guys busy with work or is it slow? We are real slow. My opinion, all vehicles seem like gas gauge goes down faster on the bottom half. Does not mean that it is. Very true. That's why it's just these are not to be accurate. Uh they are meant to be accurate, but if you ever look at your manual, it always says do not depend fully on your gas gauge. What's going on, Sergio?
What's up, dude?
Not much, man.
Caught me in the middle of a game.
Gaming.
Yeah, playing War Thunder. I didn't know how long you were gonna accept me, so I started a game.
Oh, man, y'all. I don't know if you can see the comments, but holy jeez, there's a lot today.
Yeah.
um, Let me see. We'll wait till there's some more people in the group, and then we'll start get
Yeah,
y'all.
just give me a second, and then you'll have my full attention.
All right, you're good. I have a bunch of upsells lined up, but stuck on these motor mounts. Oh man, you gotta get something done, bro.
Are you guys still slow?
Yes. I
That
tried
sucks, man.
selling some freaking head gaskets, but the insurance company was like, no, we're not giving that to you. I was like, dang.
Just put the head gasket sealer in there. You'll be fine.
That don't work. Man,
That's what I tell
ladies,
people about that AC leak seal stuff. That shit don't work.
yeah, it don't. What the hell? And people are tripping. Lakes is 100% a tech. He can read mechanics, can read. That's why he always throws the instructions out. Right, Lakes? Oh, he got that fluffy mechanic hat up, man. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
start
shit.
turning- everybody that be on the panel, I'm gonna have to have y'all suited up.
So my comment earlier with the crying face for Turbo was because he said technicians work in the dealership, mechanics work in.
Yeah, I saw he singled you out. I was like, man, can't single my boy out like that.
That was me crying, bro.
Oh man, hurt feelings. Dang it.
No, I'm just playing.
Hey, I got told by some mechanics, technicians, that it's not mechanic, it's technician. So
I
was on the
care what you
Matco
call
truck.
me. Just know I'm gonna fix a car here and there.
Sometimes I get it right.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, there's those ones that come back, but it's not my fault. It's the car's fault. Stupid car.
I had something like that today. I thought like, oh yeah, it's the thermostat. Yeah, that's it. It's bad. It's keeping the compressor running. No, it's when they did the remodel, they yanked all the thermostat wire and something was shorting out inside the wire.
Oh no, I hate that when you think just right away.
Yeah.
Man, well, I'm not even gonna waste time diagnosing this.
Yeah, like I went with the most logical thing it could be. So,
Yeah.
and then I ended up just cutting back the wire, and it worked. So,
Yeah. What's going on, Turner? Are you sideways? No, you're upright. Okay, Chris fixes a mechanic hand down. There he is. He has his own drift team, and they do a lot of builds himself. Oh, I did not know that. East Coast, does he even show his face?
I don't think he does.
Miguel talk. Okay, guys, if y'all put @, I'm not gonna click on y'all's comment just because it takes a long time to get through. Justin, evening. How you doing, bro? You jumping in the chat? Mason stacks bricks, and I mostly repair chimneys to retuck point. Scotty Kilmer speaks the truth. Sorry for you. Not always.
He just sounds like angry all the time.
Yeah,
he does. He's just so aggressive.
Yep.
And it's like,
know this effing?
he's right. Everybody else is wrong.
Oh yeah, definitely. Turner, I'm gonna get to your comment, but Heartstroke Jude, Big Fluff, have a beer on me this weekend, my dude. Thank you, bro. I just might tomorrow. I might be going bowling. I don't know, but yes, I'm gonna have to wait till next month though when I get the funds for this. Thank you, Heartstroke, very much appreciated. Now let me get back to. Okay, was I that far? Lost myself.
Hey, thank you, Turner. Turner was my first super chat or whatever on a video.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, appreciate that, Turner.
Generous in my old age. No. I figured the people that I like I'd contribute to. Those ones that I'm iffy about, that Power Stroke Jude guy, I don't know about him yet.
We call the non-ticketed mechanics that work with us grease monkeys. In Canada, a person that has not done the training grease monkey. Man, I was trying to be a grease monkey. I thought that was the coolest thing to be when I was little.
Right.
I thought, man, get full of grease, be dirty. I was a dirty kid. What is that? Is that the Matco? No, is it? No, it's not.
I ain't even never heard of that brand.
Metabo?
It's Hitachi.
Oh, is it? I couldn't read it.
Whatever it's made out of, it's friggin' heavy. Like it's like twice the weight of the Milwaukee 3/4 inch.
Got the old person glasses on here.
It's heavy, and it's hard.
That's one of them European brands.
Hitachi is a good brand.
Lake said, I guess I'm a mechanic when I'm changing the engine, and I'm a technician when I'm fixing the electrical. There we go.
Yeah, all right.
Couldn't have said it better. Miguel, I just saying only because the gauge isn't working correctly. I'm guilty for going through 2 to 3 boxes of gloves a week trying to keep everything clean and fingerprints free. I try.
Wow,
I try, but when I'm rushing and that freaking glove tears, I'm like, ugh.
Oh, I don't wear
And
those gloves.
The hands are sweaty, and putting a new glove on is hell. I'll just wash my hands when I'm done.
I don't wear gloves mostly when I'm using tools, because actually a perfect example of this was 12 years ago. I was doing high-rise tower, and we had a kid that was using a hammer drill, and the glove got caught in the hammer drill, and it ripped all his fingers out of the sockets in the glove.
Okay, are we talking latex or are we talking mechanic?
These are those rubber grip work gloves.
Oh yeah.
All the nitro or not nitro.
Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, I have like a set of those, like the Maxi Flexes or
and it just grabbed the gloves and like ripped his fingers right out of the sockets. Like we couldn't take the glove off. We had to do it at the hospital.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's good and bad things about wearing gloves. Like you just gotta be cognizant of what you're doing and
Yep.
No, I don't know. I don't like wearing gloves because I think all the chemicals are the only thing keeping me alive these days.
It gives us that special
flavor.
There you go. Tuck pointing them, been doing it 35 years. When you talk about pointing, I'm thinking distributors. He's honest. Are 1A auto better mechanics than the majority of other YouTubers? I don't know. Like I said, YouTubers only let you know what they want you to know. They're not going to let you know everything that they know.
Yeah, they just make themselves look good all the time.
Whoa. I try to show mistakes every now and then.
Sometimes to make sure.
But there's if it's a okay mistake. But if I really mess something up, man, I ain't showing that.
I have a question. Down in the stateside, do your parts stores pre-gap your spark plugs for you?
Whenever we get OEM, they're pre-gapped.
Yeah, because like I've ordered, the one car I've changed spark plugs on, they came. You just order the ones for Nissan Frontier, and they come gapped.
Yeah,
I always take a look at them though. You always got to make sure you look at them. Every once in a while, you'll see one bent down too far.
I'm just curious. Do they have some kid in the back there that's going through the box going, these 8 will be Toyota, these 8 will be like I know they're not coming in from factory pre-gaps.
I don't know. Like Lake said, he looks at the spark plug to make sure it's not closed. I just throw it in. You get a plug, you get a plug, you get a plug, you get a plug. Take them down.
Well, if the gap's not right, the cylinder will hit it and make sure it's right.
That, or I'll just wait till I have everything put together, and then I feel that bump. I'm like, oh no, what's going on? Normally, if I do that, it's because I didn't seat the connector properly. We had many awesome grease monkeys that I would have worked for me any day over a ticketed mechanic.
Oh yeah, you guys have all those licenses and stuff up there, don't you?
They sure do. Today I replaced the hydraulic.
We're really sticklers for like up here. If you say you're ASE, we all giggle because a Canadian doesn't even need to meet the requirements to do the ASE exam. We just have to send them an email telling them that we work at this shop for this long, and we can write their tests.
I'm surprised y'all even. I thought ASE was just statewide.
Yeah, no, it's Canada, and also you can also get it in the UK now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like for the technical side of stuff, ASE is like I've taken a look at their trading. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And I think every mechanic that wants to be on the technical side of stuff, and ASE is a heads up. Like it's a really good advantage.
Justin, that sounded like fun, bro. If it took you 5.5 hours, that must have meant your day went by pretty quick. I know if I'm stuck on something for a good amount of time, man, my day just flies by. Can't say he is biased when he does it for a living and doesn't like working on drunk. That's all he works on, though.
Ever notice that Scotty Kilmer? It's always his wife's car. He just, I don't think he likes his wife.
The stuff I see him do or seen him do or talk about is always older vehicles.
Yeah.
Professional is someone who fixes something and done right the first time versus the parts replaced can be more considered as a mechanic. Somebody who gets a lot of comebacks. Call me whatever you want, just don't call me late for supper. Scotty Kilmer has like 20K vids. It's crazy. How do you come up with that much content?
Well, apparently he used to be on like TV too.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
In whatever
Like, his own
area
show
he's
or
from.
something like that. Yeah. So he already has a following. What's that?
Was he on a kid show?
No,
He's
it
like
was like a-
5.3 million subscribers.
Jeez, that's a lot.
I watched a video
Keep his heart. Oh,
yesterday of how much he brings home, and this was at 4.2 million subscribers, and after taxes and everything, it was like 8 point some million a year. They said $980 an hour, 24 hours a day.
that was for
Scotty
YouTube?
Kilmer, yeah, from his YouTube videos, affiliate links, and merchandise.
Oh, yeah, it's merch too. Damn.
That's
Right
crazy.
on.
Working on my trade, you need those instructions for the dielectrical, and it's not happening. I think getting ASCs are part of being a professional. It shows you care about your craft and industry.
I'm a mechanic. I don't know how to read. We throw the instructions in the book because we don't know how to read.
Right?
If I could
Man,
read,
that
I'd
gets
be
you in trouble sometimes too.
I'd be a technician if I could read. Okay, like
Sometimes we don't need this goes for everyday life. Say we're putting together, let's say, a desk. Yeah, I don't need the damn instructions, and then something ends up backwards, and we're like, okay, I'll submit to the instructions real quick.
well, I'm
But,
proof you don't need to be smart to be a mechanic. I can't do division. I literally cannot do division. I can't spell. I have no sense of grammar. That's why you can never read what I type.
That's what my cousin was saying, that mechanics are dumb. I was like, bro, you're a mechanic too. What are you talking about?
So he'd know from
Yes.
experience.
I've got a GED, a general education diploma. I dropped out of school only to go back to school during nighttime, just to get the bare minimums that I needed to get my mechanic's ticket.
Man, when I
Like,
graduated, I coasted. I don't need to know all this stuff where I'm going.
Like,
Dude,
if I'm talking to an
left from
educated
right.
kid, I feel like an idiot.
Yeah.
Makes pizza.
I think getting okay. Alejandro Martinez. So the only reason I have ASCs is because my job, in order to be a master tech and get the highest pay I can possibly get, I needed to get those. So that's basically the only reason why I have them. If it wasn't for that, if it was just based off of experiences, though, I wouldn't get them.
Any ticket benefits any mechanic because the more that you have behind you, that's the more credential you have behind you.
And I have to.
Like
It's stressful when you got 4 expiring at the same time, and you're like, oh man, I gotta recert. It takes time out of your day. You don't make money when you're out there testing. It's a hassle. Trucks.
But you don't do it online?
No, I mean now I do. I have an app on my phone to where, but it's a yearly thing. I don't get the 5 years recertified, so I have to renew every year. And if I forget.
Canada, we've got
November
2 parts stores that do training. They go to shops and train people.
Yeah.
Parts stores
Damn.
that have certified technicians that go do these courses. Then they travel to shops and teach the shops pretty much for free. And that's what they get paid to do.
Damn. For us body tech guys, iCar certs are a huge part of getting a job and helps with pay in my area. Yeah, I know about the iCar stuff. That's a big thing for auto body technicians. Well, I'm not a pro. I just wake up whenever the customer calls and say I'm coming, ready or not. Have no naps on the job. Turner's always awake.
Sup, FM fam?
What's going on, Chris?
Sup?
How you doing, bro?
Hola, Chris.
Good. What's up, man? What's up, Sergio? What's up, Blake?
What's up, dude?
Hey, brother.
I need to put this screen over here. That's annoying looking to the side.
Yeah.
Sergio and I look like twins right now.
I know, right? I'm still wearing my work shirt. I didn't even
A
do
little
anything
bit.
today. It didn't get dirty.
Chris is
I, w-
ready to
I
go.
went, I, w-
go
I went and
dance.
looked at a refrigerator that
Yeah.
wasn't being used right.
A refrigerator that wasn't being used right.
So yeah, so like I get a
Right.
call. I'm supposed to do something like a bearing replacement on this big old air handler. And I get there, I'm waiting for my other guy that was gonna help me to show up with the bearing, and then my foreman calls me, hey, can you go look at this? This guy's got some other stuff to look at. I'm like, all right, whatever. And fucking show up. He's like, oh yeah, it's this refrigerator. They say it's not keeping temp. I'm like, yeah, you're keeping medicine in a freaking residential refrigerator. Like, it's not designed to keep such a narrow band of, temperature. It's like,
Yeah.
it's not maintaining between -3 and 5 degrees. Yeah, it's not designed to. It's a $500 refrigerator.
Yeah.
My
Alejandro,
compact
most-
car is not going over Mount Everest. What's wrong with it?
Yeah, like, they're like, well, this other one doesn't work. No, it works. It's just a little cold in there. And okay, let's raise the set point. All right, watched it. It works. Well, it's flashing an error code. Yeah, that error code is because Sanyo says, hey, this thing's been on for 6 years. You need to replace the evaporator fans. I shit you not.
Oh.
I never knew you could misuse a refrigerator.
Yeah.
To be honest. Yeah.
Jude, wish I could hang longer, but my kids has basketball practice. Good night, my dude. All right, Jude, thank you for coming in. Sorry, I'm not faster at the comments, bro.
See you, Power Stroke.
But yes, thank you for joining in. Thank you for coming. Appreciate the $5, $10 actually. As always, hope, man, we need to get you online. I wish you would have emailed me. I could have got you on stream for a little bit for the time being. But yes, anybody out there who wants to join, let me know. Of course, email me. That's the quickest way because I'm constantly refreshing my email as we're going. So, Power Stroke, be safe. Hope the kids have a good practice. And like I said, thank you for the $5 donation.
Hey, Lakes, I see you've been posting up a lot of full length videos lately. I can't even keep up.
I can't even posting 2 of them a day. I'm like, oh, slow
I was
down.
like, man, cool. No,
Well-
don't slow down. Don't slow down.
Yeah, don't slow down. Don't listen to me.
I'll
He's hired
get-
a camera crew.
I'll get a bunch of stuff together, and then I'll just lay there all freaking night one night editing. And I guess I should just edit them all and then just post one a night or something. But
Yeah,
I would
you can
schedule them. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
you could schedule 2 a day. I mean, if you have that much content, bro, do what you're doing.
yeah,
Don't listen to us. Just do what you're doing.
yeah.
I didn't record one thing today. I was going to, but I had to. I closed out 32 hours today.
Damn.
But now, I mean, they was 3 jobs partially done.
Yeah.
When I went in this morning. But I was like, I do not have time today to record anything.
Yeah,
that's
you get
my
those
problem,
days.
man. It's like I'm like, oh, I can make a video on this, and then it's like I just get like wrapped up in like working, and I just like, oh, I should have done
Yeah.
that.
Dude, I
I-
hate
It's like I'm halfway done with it. It's like, well, too late now.
I
Yeah.
hate that I don't have a camera following me the whole time because there's some real authentic stuff that happens,
Yeah,
like genuine, like you can't even
Real life stuff.
yeah, real life stuff that happens, and you're like, damn, I wish I was recording that because that would have been, it's one of those like
Yeah.
There's
I
got to
know
be
exactly
a college
what you mean.
student that can do that for you for like really cheap.
yeah.
for free.
Just
never
just
know,
tell them it's
it's
an
possible.
internship. They'll do it for free.
I think
Yeah.
I think my boss would be like, what the hell is going on? Why is this person
Okay, we let you make videos. We didn't say you could hire a camera crew.
That'd be funny.
awesome.
Meanwhile, Harrison Ford walks in. I'm taking over this production.
But then at the same time, that could get us in trouble too, because stuff that goes on in the shop, I'm not even gonna elaborate on. But yeah, Alejandro, most diesel techs don't because the dealers have their own training, and most independents don't either. I know there's some independents that'll send you out. I've heard of some independents paying for the training.
I wish they would where I'm at. But
Fluff, how come you don't upload your content on more platforms like IG, TikTok? People be blowing up on there. I don't want to blow up too much.
it's too much, man.
Yeah,
More
it's
than
a
one
lot to handle
platform.
on YouTube by itself.
I'd say also the the environment is different, man.
Yeah.
It's harsh.
Oh
It's
yeah.
so
IG not
harsh.
so much, but TikTok.
I would say in levels of harshness, YouTube is down is not so harsh. IG is like ish, and then TikTok is just man.
Savage.
It's like
It's toxic.
Yeah.
hold on, guys.
Yeah, not only that, but TikTok, there's a lot of I'm in a relationship. I don't TikTok we sometimes it pulls in the wrong crowd. And I'm not trying to get caught up in all that.
Yeah, I was. You know, my wife and my sister was like, "Dude, you should post this up on TikTok," and I was just like, I mean, you get views like crazy, but
Yeah. But because of that, I've also heard of people getting fired because of TikTok, because of how
Yeah, I
much
mean-
they get pushed out there. I mean, you got to know what to post, but
not to
still,
mention the terms of policy in TikTok are just completely different too.
Yeah.
You know, and
I'll wait
I
a little bit.
yeah, not. I know they say any kind of exposure is good exposure, but I don't think I'll take my chances with that. To be honest,
I think if you're just doing something that's not your career on TikTok, that you make money off of, as far as a profession or
Mhm.
at your job or something like that, it's fine. Dance videos, you know, people be doing dance videos or
yeah.
DIY projects, but when you're in a professional field, you're doing it while you're at your job. That's where it gets real icky, sticky.
My thing is also like I see them making like getting views off of making fun of people sometimes.
Yeah,
You know, like a lot of singing videos like that. I don't know if you've seen that one. I don't have TikTok, but my wife showed me that one video where trends keep going, like a challenge of that one song by CeeLo Green or Charles Barkley, whatever you want to call him, and it was that those two people singing, and they made fun of them, even though I was like, they didn't do anything wrong, like they
know.
just got made fun of like crazy, and I was just like, damn, all right, cool.
All these little TikTok challenges.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff, to be honest.
I don't either. I mean, a lot of those videos make it on YouTube in the shorts feed too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
That could be my TikTok. The shorts feed could be my TikTok, or it is my TikTok, and then
That's pretty much TikTok. I mean,
Yeah.
if you ask me.
In my opinion, ACs don't show your knowledge, but the ability to read and understand what's in front of you. Because the way they word the questions. Yes.
I would agree too. I mean, not completely, but yeah, I agree.
I will be back. I gotta go put my kid to bed. Sorry.
Okay. Like Chris doesn't have any ASCs. Well, I'll tell you one thing: he's one hell of a technician, mechanic, whatever you want. Whatever you want to call him. I don't know if he.
I
prefers
had
anything.
one. But at the time I just didn't focus on it. It was a student. They call it a student ASC, and it was 2 years. It lasted 2 years, and apparently that one, if you let it go, it goes. Just,
Yeah?
Like yeah. I took it while I was at WildTech when I finished my electrical class, because they had just gotten into. They were like, okay, we're gonna get. They put us together, and they're like, okay, what we're doing now is you finish a class, and we immediately take you to do your ASC.
Damn.
As soon as you graduate the class, while it's fresh in your head, that's what they were gonna start doing. So they did that with us with the electrical class, and then when I told you all the kind of stuff was going down, that's when I started noticing, because they stopped it. They're like, oh yeah, we're not doing that anymore, and I'm just like, all of a sudden, all right, whatever. Like, you guys can go take your ASCs and you'll get that 5-year one. I'm like, okay. He's like, but I was like, I had the 2-year one under my belt, right? So I was like, whatever. But yeah, I'm probably gonna go take them soon, because I already had a long talk with my service manager, and so
I've been
They're gonna
having
make sure.
several long talks with mine.
mhm.
So we'll see
Yeah.
what happens. It's
I
that
always
time
call
where-
my manager, but his phone's always busy.
I have a really good service manager though. I'm not gonna lie. He's one
Turner's
of
his own.
the
Hello.
Easy. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Well, hopefully you enjoy your time here, Easy. Thank you for joining in. LMAO, yeah, that's me. What's you, Dave? I forgot. I got a deal. Oh, on your box? Yeah, but I thought you when you mentioned that that truck was at your place too. I thought maybe we were in the same area. But like, you're way over there in SoCal, man. That's a
that
good-
video. that video, bro, of the oh my god, I was looking at it.
Boxes?
I was like, oh my god, I was like, this makes me want to buy a toolbox so bad,
Dude.
but I know I shouldn't, and I know I can't, and I know I won't.
Me and
but-
It's crazy. We're like, bro, if that 36, if we would have known about that 36-inch, that's one hell of a fucking box, dude. 36-inch Epic with a hutch, like who does
It was
that?
pretty sweet.
Right?
yeah,
I wish he would have had one like that on the
Yeah.
truck.
that now it's not as useful anymore, but
Nah,
mhm.
not anymore.
Oh look, there's one of my
Wondering if I can
comments.
actually pull that up.
I'll be happy if I can just get someone to smuggle me an Icon tool chest up to Canada. I can't
Wait,
even get one shipped.
You can't?
Wait, you can't get you don't have Harbor Freight over there, or you just don't have Icon?
No Harbor Freight, and they will not ship here, and I can't get a courier company to bring one up.
Damn,
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, you know what? You know, I don't have a lot of Harbor Freight, but I don't see how I could live without Harbor Freight.
Well,
'Cause
I just want
just
one
when
of
you
the
need
boxes for my service truck, my new service truck that I'm building. I don't
Yeah.
want anything expensive because it's going to get beat
Oh,
to
yeah.
hell. But
Hey,
these
those-
boxes are decent, so
oh, those Icon toolboxes, yeah, man, I seen them in person. They're to me they resemble like maybe like 1 or 2 generations ago of like Matco. Especially with the you know how you could put the dude, that thing's badass, to be
That's
honest.
sharp.
That's the 36
Um,
inch
that
with
gray and
hubs and a
purple.
freaking locker.
that gray and purple is sexy.
Yeah.
And then you could just add whatever side, you could add another 68 or 84-inch onto it as you progress.
Master Lube Tech right there.
Right there, dude. I'm telling you.
Master
That almost
Diesel
looks
Lube
like
Tech.
Almost looks like an international ran into a Mack truck with that combination of color.
Thing was sick.
Nice.
And if y'all haven't seen that video we're talking about, go into my videos and y'all will see big old Snap-on truck.
Yeah.
I
but
saw that
Fluff,
video.
quick question.
The prices
Oh.
made me cry on that video.
Oh man. I
Yeah,
know.
oh, me too. I was like, oh, forget it.
I
DLC,
got
thank you for the
something.
$10 donation. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
DLC
I'm,
is
eat,
also
I'm
MVP,
eating,
bro.
guys, so I just muted
Oh, you're
my
good.
video.
You're good, man.
He doesn't want to share.
Last time I would have ate in front of you guys, but I was eating with my wife
Yeah.
when I got the tacos and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You were making everybody hungry on the stream that night.
Good. Go get some tacos.
Fluffy, you thought my 2 cameras on my stream was cool. Next one. Oh yes, Turner, that was badass. Oh, how the hell is he doing that, man? He got one up top and then one in front of him.
3 cameras?
Yep.
Damn.
Next one, I'm going to have one on the engine. I'm going to have one on me, but I'm going to have another one that I can actually take underneath the vehicle with me.
Nice.
So-
You do that with
All
OBS.
3 points.
Nice.
That bird's eye view got me for the first couple minutes. I was like, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
There's a bald head
Ooh.
in this picture. What's going on? I
Who's
see
the
a bald
world's
spot.
greatest mechanic?
So Chris, how much time you got? You got like 30 more minutes, right?
Probably even less than that. What's up? Wait, hold on. Give
Uh-oh.
me a second.
Let's read his
Who's the
lips.
world's greatest mechanic?
The world's greatest mechanic.
Jesse James.
No,
Oh,
I'm just throwing him out there.
I know who
from
it
Monster
is.
Garage, right? That's Jesse James from Monster Garage.
Hell yeah.
He was badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Who
I'm
invented
betting-
the fastest Ford in the world?
Hold on.
Oh,
GT?
fuck. What's his name?
That's the world's greatest mechanic right there.
Shelby.
Gene.
What
Shelby?
about the guy who built the unicorn? Who built the unicorn?
Oh, that was
Yeah,
built it
that's-
or drove it?
That's
You
that-
got-
that's
Ooh, another person. I'm not sure if he's the greatest, but he's the greatest like rotary I've seen so far that I know of. Fucking Rob Dom with all his rotary builds. Oh man,
Oh yeah.
he's good. Have you seen his latest stuff? God, it's
we're,
he is.
we're working on those Winklers and the rotaries.
Dude,
that's an artwork.
he's building
That's-
a Cosworth engine right now. You know
Wow.
that on an F1 car. I'm like, I mean, that he's up there, man. He is
I'm
definitely
gonna have
up
to check
there.
out his videos because I
Who
love the
else?
Wanklers. I love
Dude.
Wankler engines.
His FD Arc 7 that he built.
Yeah.
That thing is a masterpiece, bro. And everything is like he machines everything at his shop. Everything's in house. Pretty much.
Is this the
everything.
guy that put two of them together?
It's a 4-rotor. Yeah.
Yeah, 4-rotor. Yeah, he put 2
Four
of them
rotor.
together.
It's a 4-rotor. I believe twin turbo. I believe it's twin turbo, but all-wheel drive, completely custom chassis, completely custom body, everything down. It's a monster sequential shifting.
That's mad
dog
skill.
body,
That's
dude.
mad.
It shifts faster. You can blink. I'm like, dude.
A pro hacks in patch out. A pro hacks in patch out. What do you mean, Joe Mama? What do you mean? A pro hack.
You talk about me using glue on parts.
Pro
Oh,
hacks in patch out. Glue on parts. What do you mean? I don't get it.
sorry, Fluff. I gotta go next time, y'all.
I use glue when I'm putting certain hose fittings together to actually act as a holding binding agent before I crimp it.
Oh.
And
Good luck for the next guy working behind you.
Yeah.
They're like, what are you doing? And so it doesn't fall off while I'm over here getting this.
All right, Justin. I just got your email. Sorry to. Damn, you can't jump on for a little bit, Justin. Whoa. Robert. Depends on where you work, what the flat rate is. Always negotiate your price. Some places I got 50 an hour. Some places paid me 16 an hour plus commission on parts. I think
Yeah.
commission
I
on
wanna
parts
see-
should be a standard.
You want to see one of the original Pocket Buddies? That's a Craftsman Pocket Buddy from like 1984.
Yeah,
Pocket
that
buddy?
don't look very pocket
Look
friendly.
at that tiny little short hand.
Yeah.
That's the way they used to be. They had the clip on the side of them, but they was
Oh
big and
yeah,
fat
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. They still make them like that, just a little bit smaller.
Basically a pocket pry bar nowadays.
Taking pride in your work and making sure every bolt goes back in the wiring
Taking
harness
pride
are
in
all
your work.
secured back where they're supposed to be, and it is the same as when you took the vehicle apart but fixed. I like to say you give it to the customer better than when it came in.
I don't know if the bolts are always going in the right place, but I know that I have no bolts left when I'm done putting it back together.
There you go. There you go. List their California state hat on the site. Oh, Matco lists their California. Oh, did they? Did they? That was for you. I think you're muted, Chris.
There you go.
I got the Matco Indiana hat, but it's down in a different town. I had my buddy down in Shelbyville pick me one up, but I ain't got it yet. He has a Matco dealer. I don't.
What up, yo?
Oh, what's up, bro? I was like, I didn't see nothing on the screen, so I was like,
No, it's because I'm in my room and it's dark.
Oh, okay.
That's real, Nixon.
I kind of
Who is
make
it?
them out. I smile.
Justin.
Just smile. Okay?
Right? Smile. Barely.
I can't see who it is.
That's Justin.
Oh,
Yeah,
Justin.
Yeah.
What up, man?
I think getting ASCs are part of keeping it professional and show you care about your crafting. Didn't I say that already?
I've been thinking about getting mine just the basic one, just to say I did it, you know. But
Yeah. I get tons of
Honestly,
vehicles that have bell housing.
Having that certification on your wall will bring you more business and makes you does add credential to you. It's worth
There.
it. Any
Now you can see me.
There you go.
card you can get.
See, now in my profession, most diesel techs do not have ASCs because either they work at a dealership that they don't require you to have it because they do their own training, or most independents don't have it because they're not going to pay you more.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's funny you say that because me and my service manager were actually talking and he's like, and we both agreed, like we realized nothing when as soon as I do my ASCs, he's like, nothing's gonna change, right? It's still gonna be the same tech. He's like, yeah, I know, but it's just on paper. It's just on paper, and it looks good for the dealer. It looks really good on the dealer.
Like I said, for a dealer, some dealers want it, but most dealerships, when it comes to diesel techs, they don't care about it because they got their own type of training to deal with.
I know where I'm at, we're getting cracked down for warranty work. So basically, if you're not certified in a certain area, they don't want you touching it.
I heard that's going to become more widespread.
Yeah, you got to be certified.
See, automotive, it's going to stay like that always. The diesel world is a total different. Yeah. The only thing they want you, like, as DOT wise, the only thing they really want you to do is to go through their class, which I did like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So I got my big green book that's about 2-3 inches thick.
Damn.
So it gives you every code of everything that can fail on an inspection for a DOT.
Damn it. ASCs are bogus because they make you pay to stay current. I can agree, and it's not cheaper. It's just as much as paying to get the original ASC done.
Yeah,
Fred,
and that's the thing. They're like $90 now a test.
Fred, if you want to jump in, bro, email me. Or
like up here, I've done actual manufacturer training. Like I've gone and learned from Detroit. I was trained by Caterpillar. I was trained by Cummins. Like I have actual certificates from manufacturers of these vehicles and engines. That's really all I actually need to go work at any shop.
Fred, I sent you a link if you want to join in. You're still in here, bro.
I'm getting sent out to class, Fluff, in April 27th.
Nice.
You know why, right? They updated the driveline.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We lost them.
Me since I was fully certified.
The government got him.
Oh shoot! Hold on.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. So they updated the driveline, and they gave me an option. They said I can opt out of it because I already finished it and all that stuff, or if I want to go. And I was like, I mean, it's slow anyways, and maybe they have new stuff to show. I'm like, screw it, send me to class, learn some more. I mean, I don't know about you, Fluff, but all those other classes back in the day, like I learned a lot. You know, they teach you like a lot of the stuff, little tricks here and there. But they're sending me back to driveline.
Nice. I got Aria. So Wednesday, Thursday, and half of Friday, I'll be in H-Town.
Oh shoot!
I'll be in Stone.
Today I had
Save
to
your
do.
Receipts. Save your receipts, Fluff.
Oh yep. I know that.
You know the spots already over there?
No, I've never been.
You've never been?
Never been. Look who we got.
Fred.
Well,
what's going on?
Coming on right as I'm about to get off too.
Oh man. I'll be so tempted to buy one, but I want to buy an FM hat first. Buy one from what? What is it? Oh, I didn't.
The Matco hat. The Matco hat.
Oh.
And I told him, I was like, before I do that, I'm gonna buy them. The FM hat first.
Who wears hats in here?
I used to. I don't know more.
Hey, if it matches my clothes, I'll wear it.
I'll blind people in the sun.
I wear a hat.
I wear a hat till I go
I'm a flat bill man all day. You give me a good flat bill, I'll rock it.
Like that one right there.
I don't really wear hats.
I need to just drop these already. Like, who told me to do pre-orders? Was it you, Fred?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need.
I think that would be at least now it would be the best to find out how much it is, pre-order until enough people pre-order, then send them out.
Yep.
Hey, now that I jump in here, I was listening to the comments about, especially on the diesel side, where they're talking about ASCs are worthless on the diesel side, really.
All right.
Because going to what they said, like me, when I started working on buses and everything, most of our stuff was still under warranty with like our engine stuff with Cummins. But the only way that Cummins will accept any warranty work is you have to go through their training and get certified through them.
Yep.
And then even to access their troubleshooting stuff on their website with this QuickServe, to get a password and your stuff, you have to go through their training. They assign you everything.
Detroit's the same way. I had to do the same thing for Prevost and MCI.
Yeah, I did that on Detroit too when I first started.
Damn, I'm happy we don't make the Cummins anymore.
Yeah, no.
They still make it.
They still make it.
They don't make. No. I'm saying
for the
at
Titan.
Nissan. At Nissan.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Nissan. We were using the Cummins diesel
the
for the Titan. Yeah, and they discontinued it.
God.
Thank God. Yes.
That little Nissan
Oh my
Titan,
God.
do you know what it was?
Because they should have kept with the 8-cylinder instead of going down to 4 or 6.
Yeah. What was that, Turner?
Oh, here.
It looked like a Ford 4.6 liter, whatever it was. Like when you take it apart and you take a look at the timing train and that all that on it, it looked like a Ford gas engine with some injectors in it. It looked really, really poorly built. That little Titan engine.
Like I said, they should have kept with the 8. They should have kept with like the 4-gallon.
Yeah.
And would have been fine.
We still got the V8. Well, that
They
one
still
was-
got it.
I'm talking about the
Still
diesel.
with the Cummins engine.
The diesel.
And that was a long
The
time
diesel.
ago.
The diesel's gone.
The diesel
The
was a
diesel's
V8
gone.
though.
Was
you
it?
know what?
Yeah,
The
it
thing
was a
is,
V8.
Mm.
Yeah.
I've only
Nissan
worked on
has some
one
pretty good
V8.4
diesels.
Cummins V8, and that was like 20 years ago.
Nissan has pretty good diesels overseas. They
So
got
I've
really
heard.
good diesels actually.
Hmm.
But the only thing is, they can't get their own diesels here because it costs too much. That's the only reason why they move.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's getting
Yeah,
paid
well, see,
half-
he knows and everything else, in United States all day.
It's getting paid half of the labor rate at an independent place, a thing of the past. Seems like a lot of places just hire hourly.
Yep. Most places do hourly for a
Do they?
reason.
Do they? I would
Yeah.
have
I got
hourly.
most people do
Dealerships
flat
are
rate
usually
for a
your only
reason.
places that are flat rate.
Isn't Lakes? Aren't you hourly? I mean, a flat rate.
Yeah, and I would say flat rate is. I would say my opinion, most shops would want to do flat rate because they're not spending no money on you just to be standing around. If you're not working, you're not making a dime. So I would think that if I was a shop owner, I would want to do flat rate.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
But
There's-
if you
there's-
figure, so go ahead.
My two fellow heavy mechanics haven't seen it yet, so my new 3/4 inch cordless finally left the air.
Now that is a big
Metalbo?
boy.
Ooh, that's
It
expensive
is a
little
beast.
electric.
It's
I thought you
twice
said it
the
was
heaviest
Hitachi.
Milwaukee, and it's a beast.
I
That
thought you
thing's
said it was
expensive.
Hitachi.
Hey,
No, it's only $169, $369. $369.
earlier you said it was Hitachi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Hitachi Metabo.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
It's still a
wow.
Hitachi. It's just that.
It's heavy. It is heavy.
Yeah.
What were you gonna
There's
say?
a lot of steel in that thing.
Hey, usually on the internet, that thing's almost $600. So be glad you got it for 300.
Well, I'll send them down to you. It's a hell of a gun for a cordless. A nice thing is because I have Hitachi platform, I got the power cord adapter for it. So if I ever do run out of batteries, I can just plug her into the wall.
Excuse me,
Hey
sorry,
guys,
y'all.
I gotta hop off, guys.
all right, brother.
Peace.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night.
All right.
Oh.
Love you guys. Wish I could stay longer, but I gotta get going.
If we're on by the time you get back, hey, you know what to do. If
I
you
won't
can't-
be on
I'm
long,
gonna
so.
check. And if you guys are still on, my brother's coming, and he just left Nissan a week ago.
Aw.
He's doing his own thing. He's a mobile mechanic right now.
Look at the puppy.
And but yeah,
Love
if you want
dogs.
to get him on here and get his input on it. But yeah, I gotta go, guys.
all right, brother.
All right.
Peace
That's
out,
it,
man.
fam. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Take care, guys. Take care, Fluff.
Yes, sir. Always. Okay. What were we saying about? Oh yeah. Would y'all rather get paid hourly or flat rate?
Personally, I'd rather do hourly.
Okay, hourly. Fred.
As long as
I've been hourly for a long
works
time
there,
now.
flat rate.
I only did flat rate for about 4 or 5 years, and I've been hourly for the last almost 15 years now.
So did you enjoy being flat rate? Being able to control your pay?
Yes and no, because remember when I was flat rate, it was during that whole recession in 2008. So
Yeah.
2007 is really when it started, and 2008 is when it was real bad, and I was working 14 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. I had no days off. I was literally living at the shop and getting paid $650 every 2 weeks. It wasn't worth it. That's why I went to go work at a transit agency and started getting paid hourly.
Yeah.
Read his question again, Fluffy, because the first of it looks like he's saying half of the labor rate. So if it's $120 labor rate, so it's 60. You know.
Yeah, which I don't think that. But then he says, seems like a lot of places are just hiring hourly.
Yeah.
If I was
See,
a shop
no,
owner, I
flat
would not
rates that
hire
I've worked with were screwing me over. Like, I worked at Petro. Don't ever work for a Petro or any of those bogus ass diesel places because they will screw you. I was paid when I first got hired. I told them no less than 17. First 6 months went, the first like 5 months went that way. The last month they dropped me down to 13 because of their so-called commission. Well, what they didn't say is their commission was you had to get 6 trucks out every 8 hours, and if you didn't, you were basically screwed only at $13 an hour.
Yeah. See, okay, where he said is getting paid half of the labor rate at an independent shop. What were
I don't
the
know
labor
any
rates
independents
back
that do
then?
that.
That makes a big difference too, but on the labor rates back then.
I've never seen any independent shops paying half the labor rate.
Let alone not hourly either, because most of your independents are all hourly for a reason, because they can't afford that type of cash.
I guess I'm right at half on my diagnosis.
I'm waiting on the FM hat too. They're coming. I already got them designed and everything. We call them
sweet. I'll buy one right away.
The only way to make money is to actually get in a truck and do mobile. You don't make money in a shop. The only way you do it is to go out in the field, get dirty.
Yeah. What's a net banger, TBSS? Oh my god, I already got an hour behind on the comments. Who has the most experience on cars in here?
As a professional, I'm only 5 years.
I'm 10 years in. 11.
Fluffy.
I
hate cars.
I say Turner. He's been doing this since 1940.
Yeah, but I've been doing mostly big trucks and heavy duty stuff, and a couple Model A's and a couple Model T's here and there. But
well, there you go.
But
you give me a GM from the early 60s all the way to 2000, I'm good.
Yeah. But how much experience do you have though? How many
I've been
years?
working on, well, mine's mostly been backyard mechanic before I became an actual mechanic.
Professionally, I've been in the field before that.
Professionally, only 2 years of being a mechanic.
I started off fixing my dad's garbage trucks when he bought the garbage company. So, like, I've been turning the big wrenches for most of my life, and the small cars, like my daughter's car, friends' cars, like even that little Toyota that I did transmission in, that I was able to transmission with one hand in and out, like that. I do that stuff in the evening just to fill time. But other than that, I hate cars. I hate them.
Is it because they're compact or?
Well, my body doesn't move like everyone else's does. I'm not very flexible because I did a lot of strength training when I was younger. And the strength training gave me all gristle. And when you get older, that gristle just becomes stiff and rigid, and you can't move. Like I can't twist my arm up into those small places. So
yeah,
I understand that.
And that's
I'm
why
not even close to your age there.
That's why I hate working on Hitachi excavators.
Oh, I can believe it. Oh my gosh, I understand.
I hear him.
It's no different than working on those damn forklifts with them. The only thing I like about Hitachi forklifts is that they're manual. Only thing I liked about them.
Hey, good for being in the industry 2 years as a diesel mechanic. So you make a good hourly wage?
I started off at 20. I'm now at about around 25.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I worked for free for 2 years just to get into the trades.
Nope. Couldn't. I had a family to worry about. I couldn't.
That was a long time ago. A long time ago. Back when tipping was the only way a waitress made an income.
Yeah, I've heard of mechanics working for free.
Like
as apprentices.
In the good old day, if you didn't tip your waitress, you didn't make a profit because they
Yeah,
didn't get
I know.
Their pay
wage.
back then was the knowledge they were earning.
Yeah.
That's crazy to
Like
think about.
carpenters, mechanics, anyone in the trades. We'd go work, push a broom after school for a couple hours every day
Yep.
for a year, and then they'd make their mind up if they wanted to take us in and teach us.
That is so crazy. My buddy has a BMW come in, and whoever worked on the car last put the starter bolts in backwards and bent the bolt.
Jesus. How do you put it backwards, though? That's my question.
Did he have a tapper and tap the other side?
Right? That's what I'm
There's
wondering.
no thread on this one. Let's fix that.
Sometimes get paid good.
Hey, where there's a will, there's a way.
Oh,
Well, there is.
Maybe
Trust me.
Ralph
When
was
you're a
back
prisoner, you
then.
make ways work.
Oh, yeah.
when you when a bolt don't go in and you want it to go in, man, you ugga that thing all.
Just like Just like I learned how
It's
to make a
gonna go
cake with
in.
cookies and soda.
Wow. 1, 2 years.
I've actually seen a bolt go right through a cylinder head and actually dent
Ooh.
the block.
Ouch.
Mm-mm.
Like, it's like I pulled it off and like, wow, how the heck did they even get that much torque?
On the Equinoxes, you're pulling out the lower transmission bolts, and the mount bolt, it's about 3/4 of an inch longer. If you accidentally get those two switched up, you'll poke a hole straight through the transmission case to the inside of the transmission.
Ooh.
Nice.
I found that out. I pulled one out, and fluid just started pouring out the
That
bolt hole,
sucks.
bell housing bolt.
It's the same with with those Dodge V10s and the exhaust manifold bolts. If you put the wrong bolt in there and it's just a little bit too long, because that water jacket in there is so
Yeah,
thin,
bust the water
you
jacket.
push right through it. And
Yeah.
the only thing you do is just put a whole crap load of goo in there and pray it doesn't leak.
That's
Same
why I deal with older vehicles for a reason.
Same with
Hated these new vehicles.
like silicone. When you use silicone, if there's silicone packed in the
Yeah.
hole, punch it through. It'll be the right bolt, but you freaking punch a hole through the block.
Yeah.
But that's when you do RTV. Put RTV.
Fill it back up with silicone again.
Pack her out and pray she doesn't leak.
I've had to do that on intakes. So we'll get a vehicle into the shop, right? Vacuum link. Well, they use the wrong legs. You know how our V6 engines are set up, right?
Yeah,
On the intake, how it has that cover that goes on top.
yeah,
Okay. Well, they'll get bolts mixed up and they'll put a longer bolt in there and
yeah.
punch a hole through the intake,
Cause a
Ooh.
vacuum leak.
create a vacuum leak.
Yeah,
So it's usually
You gotta be
with
careful.
it's usually with the solenoids. You know those 3 solenoids we have on top?
Yeah.
Usually those are the ones that get punched through.
3 solenoids. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So those are the ones that usually get punched
Oh
through.
wow.
So when I come across that and the customer don't want to pay for it, they've already paid me to tear it apart and find it, right? So what am
Yeah.
I doing? I'm getting silicone. I'm siliconing the bolt, putting it in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the reason why anything smaller than an F350, when it comes to tightening stuff up, because it's like 8 foot-pound torque or something like that, I always use my little tiny 1/4-inch wrench because by hand, I'll snap those bolts without even knowing it or push them straight through.
Yeah.
So I use my smallest wrench I have so I don't damage it.
But see, these are by.
That's
I
why
feel
you
like
don't
this
use
is by-
plastic for everything.
I feel like this is by people who don't care.
yeah,
Yeah,
Because
it is.
you can walk into certain shops and they just got shit scattered everywhere.
I put everything on the floor so I don't lose it. It won't
Like,
fall
you'll-
off the won't
find
fall
a
off the car down in the engine. It's all on the floor. I just have to sweep it into a pile, sort it out. I'm
This
good.
guy. You'll get
I'm not
bolts that don't even
joking.
go to the vehicle. Like, where did they even find this bolt? Like,
I'll find a place to put that bolt if it's in the pile.
the carpenter hardware. Like, what the hell?
Say, hey, look, there's a Robertson screw. I know where that goes on the fender.
Uh,
No,
What's going
it's
on,
a grade
Carlos?
8 bolt that's supposed to be a grade 5.
let's swap that Silverado. That would be a great series. Man, I need money for all that. TBSS.
No,
Yeah,
my
it depends where
favorite
you
thing
work
when
in
I
the
have to
community,
leave a
what you work
job sit for a while, I'll have these pails all with all the hardware in it. And when I start another job, sometimes I'll grab the wrong pail of hardware and I'll be sitting there looking at, These are SAE. That's a Ford. That should be metric. Where's
And
my
then when-
pails?
And don't forget, when you're dealing with the Cummins, you got both SAE and metric,
What the hell, man?
Yep.
See,
or a
why-
Chevy. Because most of my Chevy is metric, but you go into the engine bay, it's both ASE and metric.
Why not keep it one?
Because it's 90s.
Right in
When
there.
everybody was changing over to everything else.
Man.
Yeah, so some old timer in the old Chevy. Oh, we're out of the metrics. Give me that handful of those. I'm just gonna retap them. There we go, done.
No. But at least I got an iron block
Fine
and
thread now,
heads.
of course.
So I don't have to worry about that crap with the aluminum and iron.
Yeah. 69 Dartman, it was gonna lean. What are you talking about, bro? What are your thoughts on Weston Chaplin?
Weston Chaplin.
I have
Don't
no
know
idea.
who that is.
I don't know.
Unless he's talking about like the only thing I've ever heard that's like that is bushing arm, but I don't know.
What's going on, Uncle Joe? How are you doing? What about Tex Mex? It doesn't flow right though. It doesn't
No.
flow right.
Your name's fine, Fluffy.
Yeah, I'd have to stop following you if you did that. Okay, it's over.
Fluffy, what do you use to front probe ECU connectors? I would never front probe ECU connectors. If you do that,
You
you're forcing
pull it off
something to
the-
that pin and you're spreading the terminal.
You pull it off the ECU, and then what we use is actually to connect to the actual pins inside. We use the actual Deutsch pins that come with them.
Yeah.
That's all we use. We just make extra lines so that the male or female, whichever one you're using, you can hook up to your multimeter.
Yeah.
Well, even
we
like
backflow.
for my DLA, they actually have that adapter that plugs into the J Pro DLA that has like 20 wires that you can.
Yeah,
literally
I'm
pin
a
in.
cheap bastard. I'm not paying $300 for that though.
$300 for yours. God, I pay like $2,000 for mine. That
Either
was-
way, I'm still not paying that price.
I paid for J Pro when it first came out, and I regret paying for that software. That thing is useless.
This
And
Fluffy
expensive.
sent me an email. I think it's a scam. No. I got a 05 Silverado. It keeps losing coolant, but it doesn't leak. What could it be?
Going into the engine,
If it don't leak, it's a head gasket. If you ain't got an external leak.
Look at your exhaust pipe and smell your exhaust. It smells sweet.
if it's in your oil, check to see if it's fluffy looking.
Or
Yeah,
look
okay.
under your floor mat on your passenger side. It could be
There
on
you
the
go.
floor.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
your heater core.
Yep.
Yep.
Or
It's going
or if
somewhere.
you got that rear heater, pull out the carpet in the back. It could be there too.
In the trunk, remember, there's also that one. I've seen that before. In like, I think it was like a Saturn or something. They were
Remember the
popular
old-
for that crap.
Remember
Pull
the
it
old
in the rear?
liquid cooled mirrors?
Yeah.
The liquid heated mirrors?
Nah.
There were a couple companies that actually had small little lines that ran through there. They had these heated mirrors, and they had coolant that flowed through this tiny little
They
plastic.
didn't have
tube.
the electrical version? That's messed up.
It's
I've never seen
blowing
that.
the air
Look at
through.
this, Fred. Don't you wish the minimum wage here was $15?
I don't worry about that. I get 38 an hour.
Oh, God.
Wisconsin's still $7.50, so that's the minimum.
But with the minimum rising, your pay would.
Oh,
They're
Wisconsin
almost
won't
at
do it.
20
What?
now,
Oh,
minimum here.
Wisconsin won't do
fighting
it.
my pay right now. I'm fighting
But
that.
the cost
I'm
of living
trying to get
will
up to
go up, too.
45.
Damn.
Trying to get
Move
my
to
pay up
Canada. You can
45
live in the
right
forest with me. We'll hire you right now at a good price. Just get
I
a
can't
motor-
come to Canada. I'm a felon.
A bad head gasket. Sodium silicate will seal head gaskets leak if they aren't huge.
Sodium silicate will seal your whole engine if you don't do it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Not-
dangerous
it's not
stunt to
good.
pull nowadays.
We got small
What's
coolant
up,
packages.
Scuba?
Scuba, what's going on, dude? Man, you want to join
if I
in?
have a customer that's in a pinch with a leak,
Well, I
and it's
got to
not
go to bed, y'all. Y'all
all of
have a
sudden
good
just
night.
phone copper.
All right,
Have a
Justin,
good
thank you
night,
for
brother.
coming on.
Peace out, y'all.
Later.
Have a good night, man.
Later.
Yep.
I have recommended Restylane copper for head gasket leaks and that if someone's in a tight bind, because that stuff was actually engineered by our Angus in Calgary for Cat engines in Arctic cold weathers. And it actually does work. It doesn't plug up the engine, doesn't bind up. And I have actually had one truck that had it in it for like 6 years before we actually had to redo the head gasket.
Damn.
Like, so if you're in a pinch, only if you're in a pinch, Restylane copper.
Metabo is a good brand. They are pretty good. Never mess with Metabo. Just finished off a 14-hour day. Jeez, that's long hours. I guess you got to do that when you got your own shop.
Yeah, I did that a couple months all about working days, swings, and midnight.
Get all that. I just use the old yellow chore gloves. The extra fabric keeps your hands warm and protects them from the grinder we use a bit. I don't know if I'm using any if I'm using anything that goes in a circle, I'm not using gloves.
I don't know if you can quite see that, but I actually cut my finger right in half with a grinder.
Oh shit!
Dang, bro.
It's
how long ago was that?
That's why you use a guard.
Yep.
In the tight spaces, use the guard.
How long ago did you do that?
Oh, that was actually 3 years ago. No, 4 years ago. I was trimming off some bolts under a carriage, and the dang thing caught the bolt, kicked back, and got my finger right then and there.
Was that on your nail?
That's on my that's through my nail, but it went through my whole entire finger straight through the center.
Wow.
I split it right in half.
You got the bone and everything.
And I duct taped it and toilet papered it and it's kept
super glue.
Like I got every finger's been broken. But that's
I'm the same way.
Yep.
Yeah, that's part of being a heavy duty. They always get underneath that cylinder head at the wrong time.
That right there, and compared to that one, yeah.
That
was from us.
What the world?
Come on now, Fred.
Jesus.
Yeah, look, you can see the difference.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely.
Jesus.
And this one I can twist sideways.
Crazy.
Like I just did right now.
That sounds rough. I had 16-hour day on Wednesday. Damn. Oh yeah, Sergio was out there, right? He was out working when we were streaming last time. My dude, Sergio, you always working, bro, 24/7. It seems like it. He's out tonight, finally. Oh, it's just this week been crazy. I do chimney repair fluff. We grind out bad mortar and squirt in the new
mortar.
Oh, mortar.
No, this is not fish dip sauce. Okay,
I can't read. I also relay bricks and put in counter flashing at the base of chimney. Oh, okay. I know what the flashing is. What's up, Jude, Sergio? I'm beat. Bet, bro. Climbing ladders and roofs all day.
That's rough.
Yeah, hell yeah, that is. Got the sun constantly beating.
Flat roofers that don't have a lift take the rolls up. That's I've seen a lot of flat roofers carrying rolls all the way up the ladder, one ladder, then another ladder, then another ladder. Nope.
Wow. Anyone in the chat ever listened to Certified Wrench podcast? I have not.
Nope.
No.
Don't know who that is. Hands on. I got a GED and have ASC certs. All my training happened on the job. That's what's up, Scuba.
That's the best training there is, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, I've said it before. I wish I would have never gone to trade school. I don't know how Fred feels about that.
There are some things in the book, like the theory and understanding certain things in the book, but it's not necessary.
You got theory and operation for every job on all that.
To be honest, I'm like you, Fluffy. Man, for the amount of money that I spent on trade school, my return on investment, it when I first started out, as soon as I graduated, I was getting what, $17 flat rate.
Shit, I was getting $8 an hour.
This was what, mid 2000s.
What I'm just curious. What was your bill coming out of Lincoln Tech?
20 grand.
20 grand. Okay, mine was 28. But I had paid for. I got a loan for
that
the housing.
I had to get a
loan.
That would suck.
Oh.
I had to get a loan, and then me being young and dumb, I defaulted on the loan, and then it just, and I actually had got it down to like 12 grand, and
Damn.
I ended up stopped making payments on it, and then they finally sent me a letter saying that, hey, if you don't start making payments or pay it off, we're gonna freeze your bank accounts and everything. I was like, shit.
Wow.
So,
I've been paying the bare minimum, bro. Bare minimum.
You're still paying?
Pay as you earn type shit.
You're still paying on it, Fluffy?
Get out of it as soon as possible
Wow.
because you're paying so much in fucking interest. It's ridiculous. Because I had got it down to 12 grand, and then it jumped back up to 20 grand. And within
and you're still paying on it?
Hell no, I paid that shit off.
That's what I don't like about like a lot of countries. I listen to how their stuff works. Up here in Canada, most of the shops will pay anywhere from 50 to 100% of the training if we want you trained. If we want you to do it, we'll pay for it. Like that, because that's the thing is we're making money off you.
Yeah.
We're making good money off you. So why don't we invest that money back into you? We want to keep you because you're good.
Yeah.
So
Man, I tried refinancing that loan, and they told me no.
We regulate our wages up here. Like if you get certified and you get a red seal, you're going to get paid top dollar. Like you're not going to get hosed around up here.
They want $300 for 20 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, you need to start sending a minimum payment and then start doubling it, making extra payments just on straight stuff.
Yeah.
There goes my comment says
Yeah.
ACs only mean you know how to pass the test. That don't mean that you know how to work.
Yeah, you got to start making principal payments.
Yep.
Oh, I know. Man, it's just so hard, man.
Man, I know it's hard, but this is my wife is the one that's better at finances than I am.
Yeah.
But she's the one that sat me down and said, "Hey, if we don't fucking pay this shit off, man, it's gonna kill us." She's like, "We're gonna have to cut out this, and this for the next while. We gotta get this paid off, and then we go back to what we're doing. In the meantime, we gotta pay this sucker off. It's killing us."
That's ridiculous for a training course, though. Like seriously.
Yeah, I'm glad I.
How many hours are you in that classroom? That just doesn't justify that rate. That's sickening.
And that's for 13 months. Only 13 months.
That's horrible.
Like one of my buddies, he was going to Lincoln Tech when they moved from the old building, which is now the HVAC technician building, to the new building, and they were making them move the stuff from one building to the next instead of learning, and they were still paying school. He said forget that. He dropped out of it.
Wow.
Jesus.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if you've been in here, but there's a guy that comes in the stream every now and then that he was an instructor at Lincoln Tech.
Yeah.
I've had instructors from Lincoln Tech start working at Dart, and they're like, man, it's not worth being an instructor at Lincoln Tech.
How
they
recent?
Don't pay them enough. Well, the guy that I've had, the couple guys that I've had, they probably were like around. One of them had taught around 2013. One was around like 2010, somewhere around there. Ooh. Yeah, so you might have known one of the.
Yeah. What were their names?
One guy was, well, I can't remember the other guy's name because he's been gone already. But Ricardo Morales was one of them.
Nope. Maybe the other one.
But I can't remember the other guy's name because he's no longer here. He moved off to some other shop.
I knew there was a guy named Andrade. There was a guy named Anderson.
Shit, I think
Mayer.
Anderson's been there forever.
Huh?
I think Anderson have been there forever.
Jesus.
That name sounds familiar.
Ball guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Older.
Hell yeah. Skinny.
Yep.
Yep. There was another HVAC guy. Man, I forgot his name. Suda. Freddie Suda.
All I know, us mechanics in America have it easy because I've been to Africa and I've actually been to a school that trains mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
The instructor will pull the belt off the vehicle, tell you have 20 minutes to do it, drop a handful of garbage tools in front of you. You have half an hour. If it's not done when I come back, I'm beating you with this belt.
Oh, man,
that's how they
awesome.
teach. It's no lie. That is real truth.
Oh my god.
That's why if I ever see a mechanic from Africa or even India come over and say I want to work for you, I'll hire them because they're gonna bust their balls. And when I turn around and I don't have something in my hand other than a cup of coffee, they're gonna be like, "Oh my god!" Like, here, have a coffee. Jesus, like it's brutal the stuff that some of these countries put you through.
We're pampered compared to some of these other countries.
For sure.
They're having to take stuff apart and actually rebuild it and put stuff together just to make it work.
And they make their own tools.
You remember that movie?
They have to make their own tools out of something.
Man of Honor, Cuba Gooding Jr., where he became a diver.
Yeah, went down in that suit.
That went down in that suit. They tore his bag, and he had to freaking put that pipe together.
Yeah.
Let me see. Got my student Snap-on purchase, but the stuff came used and broke, needing warranty before I even used the Snap-on lady. When called, customer service was rude. Did you ever purchase anything through Lincoln?
See, here's the thing. When I went, they didn't have none of that stuff. They didn't have you didn't get no discount, student discount to buy on the tool truck. And then I know recently they've been doing it to where if a company comes to kind of sell their selves to try to get people to sign on with them as soon as they graduate Lincoln Tech, they didn't have none of that career placement assistance. They didn't have none of that BS when I went. Because I remember we went to recruit one time, and they said a couple guys couldn't apply for a certain position because those positions normally don't pay the same. I told them, I was like, if it's a mechanic position, doesn't matter if they work on a train, a car, or a bus, they're gonna get paid the same.
Yeah, man. I remember when I first signed up, they were guaranteeing 50,000 out the gate.
No.
Yeah.
That's all BS because they didn't guarantee. Well, when I went, they didn't guarantee none of that.
Yeah.
Did you get your 50,000 out the gate?
Hell no.
Yeah.
My first year, I think I made like 17,000.
Where's my guarantee at?
Yeah. They're talking it up so much that we've had guys come back and visit 2 years later and pay a $500 tab, take us all out to lunch.
BS. That's a bunch of BS.
I learned these recruits for the schools, they're nothing but salesmen.
Yeah, because every person that I've met that's gotten out there, they're like, man, I will never go back there.
Yeah.
I remember when they found out that I went to Lincoln Tech, they're like, oh, we want to go do some recruiting at Lincoln Tech. This and that. You can go up there and you can tell them how it's been for you since you graduated and come to Dart and this and that. I'm like, I'll go, but man, I was kind of disappointed because the people that we went with, they were not very professional. They weren't ready for anything.
Damn. So I actually went to Lincoln Tech and picked some people up.
Nope.
Oh, well, I wouldn't.
Because I'm telling you, I went there and like I talked to a couple guys and I let them know, but the people that were from our HR department, they were not very set up. They weren't ready. They didn't have the one of the guy, he asked me a question. I was like, man, I'm not the HR person. I can't give you those answers. I go, you need to talk to him over here. I pointed to him and he's like, just call me later on and I'll get you some answers. I'm like, man, that wasn't even, that person's never going to ever try to apply and they're going to tell all their friends, hey, don't ever go this place. They're rude. They don't care about you.
Oh, man.
Jesus. I remember when I was in high school doing because we up here in Canada, we have vocational high schools. Like one school teaches aircraft mechanics. One school does this, and we go between each school learning each thing. But when they banned smoking in the classrooms, our shop teachers used to load us up in the old orange cheese wagon, drive us to Robin's Donuts to do our tests and our exams, just so we could smoke.
That's funny.
And they'd buy the donuts too. That was the funniest thing.
Yeah. Being a professional means you can articulate and write down how you come to your diagnosis. As diesel technicians, ASCs don't mean much. I agree. Bottom line, I agree.
Diesel technician, write stuff down. No, it broken. Fix or no.
Yeah, I've gotten in trouble a couple of times for just putting on there part broken, fixed. They're like, well, we need to know exactly what you did. I'm like, well, it got fixed, didn't it? They're like, yeah, but we need to know how you came up. I'm like, man, I don't got time for that. I go,
that's how it is. With warranty, we have to lay connector numbers, pin numbers, voltage readings, ohm readings, codes, current codes,
If it was me, I'd just walk into the office with a part, drop it on this, go new now.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know way.
I don't get it. I told my manager, I was like, either you want me to waste time and sit here for 30 minutes and write down everything I did, or I just fix it. And I go, and why are you even complaining to me when there's other guys here that don't even put fix? They don't even put a note in the system saying that what they did and what they didn't do. I go, be glad that I'm doing that. But he was like, I need more information. I was like, all right, I'll give you information. I'll tell you every time I stepped away, took a piss, how many times I shook it, how many times I took a breath.
You shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
Yeah.
I was at Midas, and they have to do the stuff like Fluffy has to do. Like they got to take pictures and make a video, then write this down. It's like, what are you making a movie and writing a short novel? For the customer. Once upon a time, there was a Toyota that once had.
You need to stink an extra half hour.
How long it took us to fix the customer's car? Like the customer, do you want it fixed, or do you want us to sit down at a computer or at a desk and write everything? Like that, we're supposed to take care of the customer, but it's all about money. They want to make sure, this is with every warranty, every manufacturer. They want to make sure that you're replacing the part and you know that you're replacing it for the correct reason and not just throwing parts at it, which I get to an extent. But we're trying to get these cars.
If what I'm telling you doesn't fix it, I'll eat crow and I'll pay for it.
Yeah. I got the day off, so stayed in bed and eventually washed the Charger for the first time in 2 years. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about my Equinox. Peace out, Jude. Any tips on flushing my transaxle? Just drain and fill. Don't flush it. What kind of vehicle?
I don't know. Can we talk about trans stuff on YouTube?
Huh? Oh, whoa. Whoa.
Hey, we can't get Fluffy caught up. He almost did that to himself the other day.
Yeah. And I was late to the party.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about Nick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I was like,
Yeah,
I said, what's
I didn't know that.
saying
I didn't
his
know that was a
first
thing going
name?
around on TikTok or whatever.
Yeah, man, I know Super was the first one to do it, but when you said his name, I was like, hold up, what did he say? I actually had to replay it. I was like, oh.
I didn't. I'm not thinking anybody's trying to set me up like that, man. I was like, what's going on? So now it's just Nick. That's it. The Shifts Illinois codes is on, and I hope. Oh no, if you got Shifts Illinois codes, nope. You better take that thing in and get it replaced. Get something replaced on that because the shift code's not going to come on because of the fluid.
Just throw some sawdust in it, and that might hold it together.
Oh yeah,
that's way back in the
They
day,
used to
bro.
do that at dealerships with the manual transmissions. Throw some sawdust in there, pack it out, and fill it up with oil, and let her go.
That was back in the day when everything was built right.
Yeah, back in the 80s at least.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
With the old crash boxes.
Everyone is internet mechanic. I can agree with that.
YouTube certified.
Get yourself a Mighty Vac handheld fluid extractor. Make it easy to fill once you drain the old fluid. So instead of trying to push it out the bottle, just use the vac. Use the extractor.
We were doing the YouTube joke before anyone else was back in the day before the internet was around. Me and my brother used to have a stack of how-to books on the front seat of the truck. And the
Haynes
customer would come out and meet us.
Chilton
They
manuals.
see all these books and you go, "Oh, don't worry, we know how to do it." Pull the stack of books out. We got it figured out. And they're
Wow.
like, "What? No, I'm just messing with you."
I remember my uncle's shop. Just had Chilton's like for every make, every model. It's crazy.
You go into any older shop, you see that.
Well, that's the thing is, as a heavy duty mechanic back in, like even nowadays, you have to have the part number when you go into the store. You need the parts book, but now it's all digital. But back in the day, we used to have, like my dad literally had a C can full of technical reference and parts manuals for tractors equipment, because every time a new one came out, he had to buy it. And that's slowly been being added to PDF and put online by my daughter and her friends.
Oh, really?
Thousands of books.
Scuba, what did you recommend that he get this thing properly diagnosed before doing fluids? I'd hate to see him spend money on that, and
if they got something going on with solenoid and it's not shifting right, just changing the fluid ain't gonna fix the issue.
What vehicle was it?
It was a 09 Ford Escape.
Oh no, they need to escape out of that car.
Yeah, for sure.
If it's a Ford, if the transmission fluid's brown, it's dead. Just get a new one.
I mean, the only way fluid is going to cause a solenoid code, I think, is if it's low. Then it could cause one.
Or overfilled. Of course.
Possibly, if it's real worn, it's possible, but I don't.
Well, it could just be a bad solenoid.
Yeah.
Likely.
Knowing it's a Ford Escape, yeah, it's more than likely it's a bad solenoid. I used to own a Ford Escape.
Oh yeah, are they pretty simple? No. Oh. Get rid of it. Throw it in the trash. Fluffy start making TikTok videos. Jardy, man, hey, y'all don't want it. Y'all see me dancing in some of the videos.
Fluffy's gonna be over there.
He be
I'm
getting
still
down.
having nightmares about that friggin' Lincoln Mark pickup truck that I had to do the starter on. It has the all-wheel active airbag system. There's only one way to get that top bolt off, and that's through the fender well, and you have to use to like a whole bunch of adapters to make it your extension curve into it. You can't come straight onto it. You can't come from underneath to it because there's no space, because the whole entire assembly on the frame.
Yeah,
it drove me nuts. I've never seen it made the Duramax starter look like a walking port.
So I gotta go. I'll see you.
All right, brother.
All right, brother.
Thank you,
Have a good
Fred.
night.
Nice talking to you, bro.
It was nice meeting you, buddy.
All right, nice meeting you. Bye.
John said Escape Trans are disposable transmissions. I believe
about
that.
like
I'm
a
gonna go from the
Fusion.
bottom up, guys. That way I could address some of the guys that came in already.
How about BMW having to buy your own dipstick tube?
Oh my god. Well, I heard
doesn't come with
Mopar's
the
like that
dipstick
too
tube.
on some of the models. Dealership guys have to document well because they have people analyzing failure data to determine if parts are meeting service life. And possible manufacturing issue also help plan part inventories. Okay, there might be a reason behind this then.
I could see that.
My 41 Power Wagon was a crash box.
Yeah, crash
I learned to
boxes
double
are
clutch
awesome.
and down. Double clutch.
With
Does
the old
anybody
crash
double clutch
boxes,
anymore?
with the old crash boxes, you could actually get an adapter off an old tractor or some forklifts that will allow you to go 4 forward and 4 reverse. 4 speeds both ways. My old forklift was set up with a crash box, and a crash box is a manual transmission that doesn't need a clutch necessarily, but every time you shift it, it grinds itself to bits. That's they're a tough transmission. You can never kill them.
It's not tranny fluid. It's general. Oh,
gender neutral
shift juice.
Shift juice.
Oh, God.
General neutral.
They make 100K. What? Make the service writer write the story. There we go. They make 100K. Man, they should be accessible.
Yeah.
They should have accessibilities to that. Certified Ranch podcast is from Dallas, Fort Worth area. He puts out weekly podcasts. Shoots with text. Definitely worth checking out. Man, I'm gonna put me on network. He's also heavy equipment tech, originally from California. Shoots the bull, talks wrenches with text. If you're into podcasts about wrenching, check it out. I'm gonna have to. My grinder jumped out of the towel while I was cutting it and rolled across the back of my wrist. cauterized it and it went. I still have the scar. But
Yeah.
damn, cost of living hasn't gone up much here. Everything has gone up everywhere. I have used sodium silicate before and it works, but you don't want to use too much
or leave it in too long.
Oh, really, man?
No. It's mostly on modern engines. The water jacket and coolant and all the coolant journals are so small. Like you run it through, let it get warm, and immediately drop it out. Like on these new engines, like on the old Chevy engines, you had some time, you had some play, but I would not do it on a modern engine at all.
Damn. Cost of living here has gone up drastically. Wesley Champlin is a Kansas kid with the Cummins Mustang and okay, I know who you're talking about. There are several.
I think I do too.
Yeah, okay. Cummins Mustang. I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah.
He's a YouTuber, creates mostly. Yeah, I've seen him on there. That's where I know him from. I knew that name sounded familiar. I just couldn't put the name with the face or what he does. I thought I was the only one who places all the bolts on the floor, Anthony. There are no kids that can afford to apprentice for free. That's why mechanics are generational. I know I couldn't. 41 to 2008 to own my vehicles. Damn.
Shops just need to hire the kids, get them working, and if they work hard, pay for their education. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Like
on certain jobs, I put my bolts on the floor. Like if I'm dropping an engine and tranny out, I'll drop the cross member, put the bolts there with it.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
So
well, I find when I leave them up on the hood of under the hood of the car, they always end up somewhere in the engine or if I have a little tray on the side of me, I end up knocking that tray off anyway. So
it depends where I'm at. If I'm on the subframe, like Lake said, some of the bolts I'll put on the arms.
Yeah.
If they're small enough, like subframe bolts, they're going on the floor next to the lift. I got burned hourly because I was doing 14-hour jobs in 3 hours, and my boss knew it, so it cost me. But of course, slow days and downtimes hourly pays. Yep, I'm now flat rate with our base as backup. That's a downfall.
Hey, you guys want to see my battery collection?
What the hell is that for?
That's how I power everything where I live. I'm all solar.
Oh wow!
I got 53 interstate batteries.
Wow, dude! And what if one goes bad? How do you know?
We fill them and test them every single month. We go through every single one of them, test them, and pull them out when we need to pull them out. And
that's pretty cool.
These control everything. But this is my secondary thing that makes me money. People hire me to just power them. I'll go to the house, buy some panels, and put it together. I actually manufacture solar arrays that actually follow the sun and track the sun.
That's cool.
Yeah, why don't you?
Yeah, I think you could make good money at that.
Wow.
Make content
OCD,
of doing
here,
that.
what do you think of that?
That's a difference between what I am and what everyone else is. I'm a millwright mechanic. I learned carpentry, I learned fabrication, I learned everything. And that all started because I was on a farm. I had to learn when I grew up on a farm, we had to learn how to fix everything. So when I saw that they were starting to offer millwright certifications with the trades, I'm like, hell, okay. So I literally got to learn how all this stuff worked in school.
I've seen a lot of them solar videos with tons and tons of views.
Yeah. Well, I'm editing a whole bunch of stuff because I'm also building a couple new towers and that, but it's just editing it out and hiding my bad welding.
Hey, the bad welding is good content. And you just gotta know that you're gonna get some hate. But yeah, throw a couple jabs in there, in the comments. People love when you talk mess back. But hourly is better. I don't have time restrictions on jobs. I work at my own pace without boss hassling. So that's the thing with hourly. So I know here, I don't know about lakes, but if you're hourly and you take your time, man, and you're eating the clock is what
Yeah,
ends
they're
up
gonna
happening.
get on you.
Yep. That would not happen here. No worries. What the hell is that? Is that Canadian dollar?
Canadian dollars. It's Canadian dollars. Canucka
Oh.
stand. He must be talking about Abbotsford or the BC area where we got a lot of East Indian and Sikh people that have bought the whole entire area. Because like
Okay,
they call Abbotsford Abbotstan. Because that's
I'm gonna go back
we're
to where I
racist.
left
We're
off
openly
from, 'cause I'm
racist up
almost
here.
there.
Like,
Yeah. That's why I don't post mechanic videos from work if the company finds out how fast you're doing the repair they were lowered. So I don't, anytime I do something, I don't say how fast I did it. There's a couple that I have in the past, but no longer anymore. That's why I speed my videos up. Drop the pan, new filter in the trans as well. Okay, I'll check it out and I will drain into a clean pan and magnet so I can see the fluid condition.
And I'll have 3 hours of film, and it'll cut down to a 20 or 30-minute video.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
So it's not like you see me do something in 20 minutes. It took me 2 hours. You know, I mean, especially with filming.
Brother, have to work. That's fine, Justin. Thanks, OG.
it takes me 3 hours just to make a short out of a video. That's how bad I'm at editing right now.
But you have all these other skills. Look, trust me, you'll get better. It used to take me 2 or 3 days to edit an hour-long video.
I've got a video of all the tools I own. Like I own 2 bus load, like Greyhound buses worth of tools, like from carpentry, welding, woodwork, like everything, every trade I own the tools for, except for Havoc, because I will not touch that stuff.
Wow. Eric Motion enters the chat with my blinker on since last 3 exits. What's going on, Eric Motion? Your cluster better be telling you, hey, blinker's still on. Beep, beep. Get certs no matter your profession, they get you paid. It depends. Is your employer willing to pay for those certifications? What I mean by that is, are they willing to give you a raise for that? A pay increase. The company was supposed to take 300 yards today. They canceled that and took for tomorrow. I'm guessing you're talking concrete, maybe? I have my A6, A8, and L1 for smog and repair easy. So we don't require, where I'm at, we don't require the L1s. Until we do, then I'll have to get that. But yeah, we don't yet. I have all A1 through A8. Buy a Master Force from Menards. Whatever happened to Supra? It took off. Get someone to get it for you and bring it over. Oh, okay. He's talking to you. Get up, buy a Master. Yeah.
I looked at the Master Force and the price that they want for them, not really worth it up here in Canada.
OCD, you want to jump on? Let me know, bro. Email me.
Yeah, come on. Get over here,
OCD. Haven't seen you in a while. Yo, what's up? Sorry I'm late. You're good, John. Ken Block drove Von Gittin Jr. Oh, Von Gittin helped develop the Unicorn. I did not know that. Wait, builders and technicians are not the same. No, they're not. The guy that drove the Hunican Mustang died recently. I know. Ken Block, DC shoes. Did you wear those back in the day, Lakes?
DC?
Yeah. I can do for a little. I have tools from 1940 passed down going to my kids. Damn.
I've got a steam engine ring roller from my grandfather for rolling piston rings for steam engines.
Leftover bolts are bad. I'm gonna tell you, Lakes, I don't know if you've ever done let's say a 2009 through a 2012 Nissan Rogue valve cover.
Yeah.
I did a short.
You got the freaking big U-shaped thing on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did a short on one of those, I think. Or maybe it was a long form video.
And they don't sell the stink. You have to buy the whole valve cover if your seals are leaking.
Yes.
They don't sell them nowhere. The seals sleeves.
There's 2 bolts that you don't put back on the valve cover. So if
No.
it's an updated one,
I remember that video. I made some comments on that. It baffled me that that you couldn't just buy the
yes.
seal for it and pop them out, press them out, and press new ones in. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about
seriously?
the bolts, the valve cover bolts. They deleted 2 holes on that valve cover.
Oh wow.
So I'm making the video and I'm like, wait, hold on, I got 2 extra bolts. What's going on here?
Where do they go?
Look at the old one. Well, they put two of the bolts close together, but they deleted on the new valve covers. They deleted one, so you end up with two extra bolts.
Leftover.
Only time it's a good thing.
I could see Fluffy off camera running around that vehicle, looking everywhere.
I had to go ask one of the masters that's been there longer than me. I'm like, bro, have you ever? Because he started in 09 and this was his area. So, oh yeah, he's all, you got 2 extra bolts, holes blocked off. Yep. Oh, that's how it is. They updated the valve cover.
With me, any bolts that I'm gonna replace, I literally just chuck them across the yard at the steel bin, so they're nowhere close to me.
Yeah. My
Yeah,
Dart
'cause,
hasn't had the bad torque converter installed since I put in 727 in it.
727 was the best transmission Dodge ever made, Chrysler ever built.
Speaking of drain torque converters, I talked to one of the instructors. He was a Ford technician.
Yeah.
What did I say? Inspector. I talked to one of the inspectors. He was a Ford technician back in the day. I told him, hey, you've been around, right? He's like 70 years old. I'm all, you've been around, right? I'm all, you ever hear about torque converters having drain plugs? He goes, yep, that's them Fords. Yep, that's how we got fluid out of the torque converters.
Wow.
Some of the Chevys had them. Some a
Yeah,
lot of
I've never seen one.
OCD, I sent you a link. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you got left with maybe a quart left in the transmission. The Holy Bible of DOT guidelines. What? Hello. How's it going, Shep?
Shepherd.
OCD, hey Shep. OCD U-Haul call tonight. Makes second for the week. Damn. Hey Shep, any smell from rail car accident? What?
Oh,
I
that big
don't
fire
know.
on that rail cars that derailed there. That was on the news.
Oh, I didn't hear of that. I did not hear
We
that.
don't have anything
No.
exciting up here, so we watch U.S. news.
OCD, meet Turner, OCD.
Oh,
What's up,
He's another
OCD?
electrical guru. This dude is mind blowing when it comes to electrical diagnosing.
How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. How
Good.
you been?
oh,
Staying
you're
busy,
working
I
on
hope.
motorcycles. Jeez.
Oh,
I thought about getting into motorcycles, but the diagnostic tools and that I'm kind of questionable on.
So yeah, I had a call, and basically the guy has a 1998 BMW R1200. It's like a Harley version of a BMW motorcycle, and he doesn't have the key. He bought it and he didn't get the title. I don't know, kind of fishy story, but he seems like he's not a thief, but he wants to know like if I can hotwire it. And I'm thinking BMW cars, because I rarely work on motorcycles, but BMW cars in 1998 would have like a transponder key. So I was trying to figure out how they're wired up.
The only wired diagrams I have access to is like Mitchell and ALLDATA, Identifix.
I've got all the Honda stuff. So if you ever run into a Honda, because I used to own a Goldwing, like the 1800, the 1800 is a monster. But yeah, BMW. Let me just check the database that I have access to.
I've got ProDemand, but I don't see anything for motorcycles.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've never tried to look it up, but I've never seen nothing in there saying that it has it on any of mine either.
What bike was it again?
1998 BMW R1200C.
R1200.
I saw one Nissan pickup with the Cummins in it. The truck looked real nice, but I never saw another one. You think that was OE, or you think they swapped it into there? Let's see. I'm back down. Okay, we saw that. I might be one of those guys. One of what guys? ICT. I got an alignment, but still goes to the right. Just because you got an alignment doesn't mean that it will
Your
drive
brake
straight.
caliper ain't sticking.
Brake caliper, you might have suspension issues. So alignments are good for when you got good tires, you got good suspension components, you got everything working the way it should. If you have an underlying issue, then the alignment is not going to solve your issues. You need to make sure that your suspension is sounding clear, tires are sounding clear.
And do you ever smell hot brakes on one side?
True. Look at your rotors. When is this thing going to the right? Is it while you're braking? Because if it's going to the right, then that means
The left hose is collapsed. If it goes to the right, it's the left one. If it goes to the left, it's your right one. But it can also pull if it's just dragging a little bit too.
Yeah, that's
which could be a collapsed hose.
Swag in Ohio. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. I could shift without the clutch on a good day, double clutch, and it equalizes the gear speeds. It won't grind if you get it right. I just rev match. I don't do when I'm driving my Kobo. I don't really first and reverse. That's when I'm using clutch. But I learned that from a truck driver who floating gears. I lost my comments. All right, Jose. If the front tires are aren't worn evenly, it will pull more to the worn tire. Also, if you have more negative camber on one side, it's going to pull to the opposite. So if you have a bunch of negative camber on your right side, it's going to pull left. If you have a bunch of negative camber on left, it's going to pull right.
But shouldn't they have fixed that in the alignment?
True. Very true. You're right. Also, rear alignment also, because sometimes we can't even adjust the rear. That's going to affect alignment issues also.
So not too long ago, I had a 2015 Dodge Challenger, and the alignment was fine on the rack, but every time you accelerated, it pulled to the right really hard, and nothing was loose that I could tell on the drive-on alignment rack. But basically, I got it on video. Maybe I'll make a YouTube video about it, but the bushings were really soft on the rear links, and it's like a 5-link rear suspension, rear axle, CV axles.
Cocking that rear end.
Yeah, so that rear 5-link suspension those bushings were so loose in one spot really that it changed the rear caster and camber and toe and everything, and it was causing it to pull right really hard. Not a little bit, but really hard.
We have a vehicle like that at the shop right now where the front bushing on the driver's side came out of, it's like coming out of the control arm. So every time the customer brakes, that control arm is dipping in, right? It's coming in on the front side because it's a front bushing. So it's coming in and the car dips to the right because that wheel is just doing that while braking.
Yeah.
It's freaking weird. Oh, and then accelerating, it's going the other way. I bought so much trash cars, I turned into a mechanic. Oh, well, that's a good way to start
way to learn
your own stuff. Found that out when I put used tires on the front of my Dart. Same problem, tire shop. Place the lower worn. Yeah. Tires can be a big factor also.
OCD, have you checked out the motorcycles-manuals.com site for the manuals yet?
Yeah, I think it was like $20. And I was, I'm a little weary of paying some websites because it might be a scam, but have you tried
that one? I've gotten stuff off. Like I've gotten a lot of my Honda stuff and that from those guys, and they're pretty good.
Okay. What's the name of it again?
It's www. Well, I posted it in the chat.
Posted it in the private chat.
Okay.
If you can,
you
see
could
it,
always get you a Walmart Visa card if you're worried about it.
Yeah, that's all my online stuff is done with a prepaid, so I don't chance it on anything.
Yeah, that's a really good.
I've gotten Honda manuals from them, and they've worked. So
I thought I was the only one that used a prepaid card, but I did that for some stuff I bought online. Yeah, not too long ago.
First day that chip stuff came out, I went to a Starbucks and someone swiped my card out of my wallet with their phone for $100. 3 times in a row.
That's
So
an
I'll never have a
RFID chip.
I'll never have a chip in my card. Never ever again.
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, I do.
Let me know when you're having a yard sale on the Greyhound load of tools.
Yeah, no doubt.
You'll have to drive up to Canada.
No.
Yep. And if they won't go somewhere, they will pay for your certs.
Well, I had to find a use for those buses. I got 2 of them, so hey, fill them with
Yeah.
tools.
Are you on a big lot or?
We lease a section of about probably about 10 acres of land that's in the middle of the forest. That's in the middle of the city. So we're in the middle of nowhere, but coffee shop's like 5 minutes away.
What?
Absolutely private, nothing.
That's what's it called? That place in New York, Garden Square, right? Big old freaking green in the middle of a huge ass
A
city.
lot of my customers that come to see me, like, I never even knew this place existed. It's like, shh, don't tell anyone.
I'm gonna look you up.
I got a couple of videos of the property on my channel. So
Look him up on Google Earth.
The place looks like a landfill because it's native land that people kept abandoning stuff on.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got all these little things that we can rip apart and create stuff out of for free. Like, no.
Hey guys,
I
what
think
would
the
be reasonable to ask
videos are still up, but if they're not up, I'll have to make another one. But it's quite the property. Like, there's motorhomes all over the place because people would, like, the original owner of the property before he passed away had a bunch of friends that moved up here, and they just trashed the place. So we moved up here and started helping them clean it and stuff like that. So
I think it would be reasonable for some type of incentive, whether it be if they're doing the job and it's a 4-hour job, you might get a half hour, an hour of it for talking them through some stuff, or something, some type of incentive.
There always needs to be an incentive when you're dedicated to training somebody. That's why I installed a small block one against the 318 in my dart. Oh, you got an old dart. 69 dart, man. Duh, it's in your name.
Yeah. When I read the first one, it said dart, I was like, that's a front wheel drive, bro. I wasn't thinking about the old dart.
Yeah.
So the question is, did he put the 360 heads on that 318 though?
One of the guys reviewing the data placed into the system. It had factory badges on it, Fluffy, as far as the Cummins pickup. Oh, okay. You know what? That might have been an overseas. Yes, brake hoses when the bracket rusts and squeezes the hose shut, the caliper drags.
Yeah.
DC, yo, shout out to Fluffy, you the man. Hey, DC Tapping, thank you for joining in, bro. Very much appreciate it. The Cobalt has full synchro transmission. Yes, it does. But I still don't use the clutch. Only use the clutch, like I said, in first and reverse. Everything else is rev matching. I got into an accident. Well, Jose, was there anything that was in the red? Like when they give you your alignment sheet, were there any readings in the red? Because that's going to tell you a lot of your issues also, whether you got back caster camber, excessive toe. Also, are your front tires matching? There is a such thing as a tire pool. I don't know if these guys have ran into that, but I know we run into that quite a bit, where you got 2 different tires with 2 totally different treads, and one of them pulls to one side or the other.
How bad of an accident was it? Did it tweak the front subframe?
All that plays a big part. Charger should use the same rear suspension, but mine still goes straight. Jose Ortiz, is it a Chevy truck? Yo, Turner.
Yeah.
That 8-year-old M12.
Yep.
You used an adapter on that?
Yep.
How the hell did it get it off? And when it still had that freaking
That
punching.
little thing's a powerhouse.
I seen that stinking video. I was like, what the world? I mean, I love my M12 220 volt or 220, but man,
How
it
the
ain't that
hell?
powerful.
The secret is in that snap-on socket. That
Yeah.
snap-on socket is 30 years old. No,
But it still had the dimple in that.
that's the first gen one. They actually made a second gen one about 8 months after, and it actually has a little bit less power. But when it first hit the shelf, it was using the same motor that their screwdriver impact uses. And that little motor, that's why that one channel they modded out. They took the hammer off of the impact gun and put it on the screw impact gun, and it put out more power. So, but it's that little thing has impressed me so much. Like, no.
Yeah, that's amazing. 69 Dartman, I did not put 360
Either
heads
that or
in.
it works hard because it's scared because it saw what I did to the DeWalt that didn't do the job.
Oh man, the 360 heads would not drop compression big time. Oh, would drop compression. 69 has 69 318 has higher compression and some better heads on it. Stroke it. Put those heads and stroke it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I mean, wait. Stroke the engine. Let me clear it up. Let me clear it up. I'm surprised Turner didn't catch that one in the beginning.
It's true.
He's always talking about trannies, stroking trannies, and God, we could get in trouble in this field.
We're gonna have everybody from California messaging you now.
Oh no! Let me check the inbox right quick. Oh yeah, John, we could. Oh wait, hold on. Let me, John, I'm sending you the link right now. I did not know. Be nice to meet you. Where's my
what do
page?
you want, you cat? You hungry?
Yeah, John, I sent you an email. Be nice to have you up on the channel. Shannon Dickinson, hey guy, CP raid. We got CP up in here. Give me a minute. All right, bro. I saw my numbers jump from 21 viewers to 29. Holy jeez. So you mean to tell me CP's up in here now? We shall see. I'm only going to be on, guys, for another 10, 15 minutes. I'm not trying to drag this out too long tonight because I do work tomorrow.
Me too.
I would rather put a 5.7 Hemi in it after owning my Charger RT. LS it. LS swap it. Don't go with the Hemi. The Hemi's discontinued. Right. Get Mopar. Where's the online mechanic Tiz, man? He'll get all riled up when I talk about Mopar. Like
yeah, he says Mopar or no car.
Yeah.
Or is it Mopar is
with
no
car?
Well, I was like, Chrysler Corporation likes to discontinue stuff 3 weeks after they build it.
Oh man, OCD was is a Mopar master still, right?
Yeah, I left after 12 years recently. You know, there was guys, I know a couple of guys that have worked for Mopar dealerships for 35 years, and those guys, they've seen a lot. Same with JT, you know, I mean, JT's probably been doing it 25, 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he said he graduated Lincoln Tech in like 01 or 02, something like that. So he's been in it a couple decades. CP and Quick Wrench, I sent y'all the links. So if y'all ready to join in, y'all can join in.
CP and his German spy balloon.
Oh, y'all saw that? Now they're saying that it might have been a radio balloon, like a weather balloon type thing.
Well, the one that Canada has, they actually dissected it. It actually has atmospheric testing equipment on it. It wasn't a spy balloon. It was literally testing for pollution.
What the?
Shoot it
That's
down.
the thing. They're going to invade us. They're going to take over us, so they want to know the air's clean.
I camped outside of Area 51 once when I was in that area, and back then I smoked cigarettes. It was a long time ago, but anyways, I was on the perimeter of Area 51, and I'm like, well, maybe I'll see a UFO. Well, I had smoked a cigarette, and I noticed every time I went to have a cigarette between like 10 o'clock at night and 3 in the morning, there was a whole sky lighting up. Now you can't see the base because there's like mountains surrounding the base in Nevada, but it was just crazy. Like their runway lights at that base are so bright, it lit up the sky on the other side of a mountain, you know, pretty intense. Wow. And also, yeah.
What is it? Let's see. The Air Force may have some shot down helping ham radio balloon.
Like, really?
I was camped out there too, and it was like something hit the vehicle. The big SUV we're sleeping in the back of at like 3:30 in the morning. It scared us because you could see in every direction for at least a mile in the desert before you hit the mountain ranges. And it was just like a loud bang that hit like a sonic boom, but there was no jets around or anything. And it was pretty loud. And all I could think of talking to a military buddy was that they're probably using sound cannons to scare people off that camp around there. Yeah. And you can focus a sound wave for miles and miles now with military technology for like crowd dispersal. So yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, Quick Wrench, I sent both of y'all the link. Yeah, you know it takes this freaking.
No, the Canadian military has been working.
Y'all so far away that it's taking
a long time
to get there. What was that, Turner?
No, the Canadian military has been working with ultrasonic weaponry for a long time. They're working on it for missile defense. Just having something up in the sky that can cover a broad space and literally disrupt and destroy any missile that's in the air.
Really? Wow. I will keep it. Mopar, the LS isn't any better power-wise unless you build it, put a turbo on them. Plus, 5.3 has the same problems with the rolled rockers. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying everybody wants
the LS is cheaper to build, though. Come on. Yeah.
That cost us $400K to shoot down 3 balloons. I agree. Per balloon.
A good way to spend Nissan GTR new?
Huh?
How much is a Nissan GTR new?
100K?
That much?
120?
Oh, man. I thought they were like, because somebody on a YouTube video said they're cheaper than a Hellcat. So I thought it was less than that, but
no, I don't think so.
Hellcat's like 60.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Hey. Pretty good. How you doing?
Yeah, let me pause. All right.
What was that?
Sorry, this lighting here is kind of horrible.
Ah, you're good. You're
good. Sorry about that. So, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. How you doing?
You know, finally getting cleared up of just bad choices.
Yeah, I saw that, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything is clearing up for you.
Oh, it is. Actually got off a lot better than I should have in some ways, but you know, I mean, it was just, you know, you get caught up in the environment. If you guys ever go to Las Cruces, you'll understand what I'm talking about. I mean, you're talking half a century or longer of street racing in an area. 1320 goes out there. A lot of the guys go out, and there's even some off-duty officers that still go out there and they race. And you know, I saw it as a money thing because all those guys need their cars tuned. They needed sports parts put on, you know, all the upgrades. I did the ceramic coating, and so it was just money for me.
Yeah.
But all the guys with the Chargers and some of the other cars, none of them could even come close to our Mustang. And one night, one of the big guys from El Paso, they were just frustrated that none of them could beat me, and they had a big cash days with 1320 out there. And they just pressured me to run and just kept pushing. And then my son's like, you know what? Just do it. Just let them go. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to just sandbag it, let them win so they can finally get over it and let them have the win. So I just stayed about a fender behind him just to give him that little bit. And at the very end, a drunk driver hopped the curb in his Camaro, and I T-boned him about 120.
Oh, man.
Damn.
So.
Yeah, I saw that video. It was hard to see, but you heard the crunch.
Yeah,
Definitely heard the crunch.
yeah. It was like I said, I was probably right about 120. And I was hard on the brake.
Yeah, I saw it dip.
Yeah, if you look carefully, you see the brakes turn red.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I had EBC brakes on it, so I mean, you know, they were phenomenal. The car did its job. The tires never locked up. I still had steering because I tried to steer around the guy. If he would have stopped, or he stopped, if he would have stayed stopped, I would have gone around him. But he pulled out a second time, and that's when I slammed into him.
Damn.
But you know, he was drunk. He almost caused an accident with me before all this. You know, he was just drinking and smoking, and you know, he should never have been behind the wheel. But you know, it's all good. I mean, that's all behind me now. Now, of course, now out here in Oklahoma City, I mean, holy crap, it's like the capital of street racing. Yeah, it's all old. What's that? So
I've seen his.
Yeah, you get to meet these guys.
I'm here. I'm just listening. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. I was just, you know, but I do still we have a couple new guys. But quick shout out to my boy Fluffy. Hello.
Thank you,
Lakes. Thank you,
What's
brother,
up,
for
CP?
being with us tonight. And Turner, you're looking good, brother. You're looking really good. You know, and Blue Eye, you're hypnotizing me. The new guy.
Yep.
So we got John of Some Trades, and we got OCD.
OCD Auto. That's a good one. OCD Auto. Are you really OCD about your automotive stuff?
I am.
Well,
Yeah, well, it's On-Call Diagnosis isn't my business name, and so
okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's what it was for.
Yeah, we just had a CP. We had a CP, the Tool Addict raid coming in.
Yeah.
And, on my last turn.
How's it going, Dave?
How you doing, Fluff?
We had about 85 people on. So when I said I was coming over to Fluffy's, I was like, "Hey, come on over to Fluffy's. We're going over there to have a good time."
Damn.
So
I hit 41 tonight. I think that was the largest.
Look at me. I mean, who wouldn't want to stare at a circus act? Okay. I mean, you know,
the YouTube channel Anchor Brand Ranch has Ranch by 51 Area 51.
Well, here, let me fix my hair for those fans, okay?
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go.
I love it, Turner. You're the man.
New guy audio not so good. I was able to adjust it. ICT.
Now you look like what's his name from Home Alone? Mark.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see the resemblance.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that's why all my customers think I look like Jim from Taxi. I had a cat, but I don't know where it is.
Oh yeah, that was awesome, dude. That's a good one.
Oh, is that any better?
Nice to meet you, other guys, OCD Auto and John of Some Trades. Thank you, and good to be on with the other guys. Dave, welcome back to just a short moment of brief disturbance between us. So, what you guys were talking about street racing, right? I don't want to interrupt your topic.
Yeah.
Yes, ITC car guy. I'm trying to be not so interruptive. Yes, I know I have a big personality and a voice, and I try not to. It's just because I'm an excitable guy. I don't try to be rude on purpose. It's just that's how I am. I like to keep things moving and everybody having fun, and I get nervous when people stop talking.
Oh, it gets awkward.
Yeah.
He's coming through. Everyone.
Even though we're 5 states away.
Yeah. I mean, people have made comments before like CP is just too much to handle. Okay, I get it.
Some people have spy balloons out there.
Yes. You will shoot them down too.
Hans, they have no leader hosen. It's easy.
I didn't even know about this whole spy balloon thing until somebody brought it up in the chat a while back.
Everything's crazy right now. Everything's
What's going on,
crazy.
Renegade?
Mac came out with the most revolutionary wrench in the entire world on the planet, face of the planet this week. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
I saw that video.
I'm still gonna buy it though.
Billy Graham of Tools was selling the Billy Graham of Tools was selling the RBRT stuff. Mac RBRT will come save your life from all of your sins.
I got a pipe wrench that will grab any bolt. I don't need it.
John, I think this was for you. Isn't that where they filmed the Street Outlaw show?
Yes, it's where it originated. Farm Truck was one of the ones that started it up. They had been racing out here forever, long before Street Outlaws ever came around.
I thought that was in L.A. Oh, in L.A.
No, well,
Louisiana, New Orleans.
It originated in Oklahoma. It was massive, but they have like California versus OKC. It's actually, they call it 405. So it's like California versus 405, and you got New Orleans, I think Mississippi. There's Texas is the other one.
Yeah.
And they would all get together and do these street races. Well, Discovery got a hold of it and started filming it, and that's when Farm Truck kind of took off. And then it got so big that and so competitive, they kind of expanded past Farm Truck. So he had to step back because he just couldn't keep up with them. And now it's into the big, like, unlimited pro mods and stuff.
Yeah, that's where Big Chief built up that
pro
mod.
Yeah, and now they did start a new series going back to the original. You have to have the original front end, original firewall, original floor on the vehicles.
Yeah.
So
is that show staged or?
Yes and no. It's not illegal street racing like it originally started. Well, of course, when it originally started, it was still kind of questionable, but they did have safety crew and they had stuff there. The cities were notified. Now they do completely shut everything down, so it's not illegal street racing. It's valid street racing. It's all shut down. It's all, blocked off.
Because I kind of find it weird that like when they would do aerial views, that the street was just lit with lights.
Yeah. So now, like I said, now it's all legit stuff. Now they literally block off the roads. They put gas-powered lights. They have ambulance on site. They've got everything. So, and now it's all over the country.
So do you race John of all trades?
Yeah. Well, the racing that we started off with was in the NASA circuit out of Phoenix.
Okay.
My wife's family, she's native, so they actually own Wild Horse Pass Resort.
Oh,
so
nice.
We get to go out there and race for free. And then my son got started in with the Corvette Club, so he was racing in the NASA circuit, going all over. Wilcox was nice. That was a really nice track. And then Laguna Seca was one of the other ones. And of course there was the drag race, all the drag strips and stuff. I mean, it's really huge out there. So, I've been part of I like road course most, but I kind of gotten into drag a little bit now. So
that's awesome.
Hey Fluffy, can you put up the video you was talking about of John of all trades? Like a link to it to where I can watch it after the live?
Yeah.
I don't know if he has that public or not.
He sent it to you or something?
Yeah.
If you guys want to, email in 60 days, I can probably share that out a little bit more privately. Right now, I'm going to kind of hang on to it just a little bit for the next 60 days.
Oh, gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So
crazy.
You do any of the drag and drive events? I mean, I know Sick Week was just on. I'm eyeballing Sick Week. I've been playing that all day while I'm working, basically. I mean, I love it. It was too bad a lot of guys went out that I wanted to see, be more competitive, but it was all right. It was. I definitely want to do one. I want to do a drag and drive event. I think that looks like a sweet one to do because it's February. Like that makes the most sense to do. That's like the perfect time to go do one. It's cold as shit up north. Why not go down south? But I was there was 350 cars that started. I think they were down to like 250. They lost almost 100 cars by the end of it. But it's an interesting event. It really is. And it looks like a lot of fun. Just the camaraderie, the hustling that you have to do. And, it looks like a lot of fun. to do it. I really want. I really want to try one. I like Rocky Mountain Race Week, but man, they're so hot during those times that they do them.
Yeah.
You know.
So, yeah, I was trying to set one up in New Mexico before I left because one of the tracks was kind of poor quality. So it was more like an actual street track than a drag track. And so what I was trying to do is set up one for Arroyo Seco. That's the one that's kind of a street, like a street setup. And then there's one down in El Paso. There's one in Roswell, a nice one in Albuquerque. You know, there was some all over. And
that'd be fun fall or winter time. That'd be perfect.
Oh man, doing it there, you get to experience all the different altitudes.
Right.
The weather's great. You know, if we could get it done at the right time where it's nice and cool, I mean, you can get some perfect air to run. I mean, man, our Mustang was mostly stock. I just had cold air intake, exhaust, tune, and I was running high 11s. I mean, it just was phenomenal. So I was trying to set up something to do the drag week there, and then just everything kind of went south, and so I got out of there, and I needed to get away from that environment. I mean, it was really focused on a lot of the street racing stuff. So I just had to get away, and now I'm actually gonna start a new shop on Monday.
Nice.
It's flat rate, but you have a minimum 40-hour pay.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's like a hybrid system then, basically, is what you got.
So are you out of the racing scene now?
Paused.
Paused.
I spent more than a month in a trauma unit. Basically over $1 million in medical.
Miracle, you're alive.
I actually died in the ambulance.
Wow.
Came back. And then my son luckily wasn't injured too bad, but his leg was injured.
Oh, he was riding with you?
Yeah, he was in the passenger seat.
Oh, damn.
So I look back and I really should have just listened to myself and said no.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of friends that have been hurt pretty bad. I had my buddy when we were 16 at a party. My other buddy built his Nova 396, and they were drunk, messing around, went out and ran into a telephone pole and got him trapped in between the passenger fender and the seat, and it clamped his leg off, and he almost lost his leg. You know, which, I mean, he was he going to die? No, but the thing about it is that he had to go for a year worth of therapy all over a stupid joyride. And, he shouldn't have been messing around anyways. But, I mean, I've said multiple things where I've seen people, racing. And I've been in things, too, where, I'm messing around and being stupid. And it's a dangerous deal. And if you're not invoking safety all the way, you're definitely, taking risks that are calculated or not calculated, but not good at the end of the day. It definitely can make your life miserable for a long time. One of my buddies is paralyzed from racing. He does drag race, so he's got full hearing controls on a Camaro, but he got paralyzed from drag racing. Flipped the car like 7 times. Back in the day, I mean, I'm old school. I'm 44 years old, but back in the day, not gonna lie, we did a lot of stupid stuff. Riding the back of pickups. Nobody used discs. Everybody drove on street tires with ridiculous amounts of horsepower. I mean, there's a lot of things that have been improved, over the years with drag races. I see it in all these races. I'm like, wow, man, they've really stepped up their game with stuff, with roll cages and safety. I mean, dude, they rolled 2 cars at Sick Week. And that one dude walked away in a full pro mod, basically. Yeah. And he did somersaults down the track. And then another guy and a Volvo, he had like a 9-second Volvo, which wasn't even a really ridiculously fast one, but he must have got oiled down on the track, and he rolled his car down the crash flip, and they got him out of it too. He had a cage in it, but like, it's just amazing to me, like some of the stuff these guys can go through now, their bodies, because of the way they have these devices and seats and all this stuff now, Hans device and so on and so forth. So not like it was back when I was a kid. We used to ride in stock seats with lap belts.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you, one thing that's critical is if you're ever going to race, a helmet and a Hans device, because I was knocked out. I didn't have that stuff. The
Right.
car did its job. All the upgrades on the suspension and the brakes and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything because I was full lock on those brakes, and the tires did not skip. The ABS was not engaged. The tires gripped exactly like they're supposed to. I could steer. I had, I didn't have any kind of loss of steering, nothing. The car did exactly what it was supposed to. The problem is just, when something like that happens, you don't expect somebody to suddenly pop over a curb.
No.
Is this an event, or was it just something y'all were out doing?
It was a cash days, but no, it wasn't like at a track. It's hard to explain, but it's everybody calls it the out by Love's, but it was behind a Love's truck stop outside of town in this business complex. It was like a cul-de-sac, so there was no traffic, no anything in the street. You had an 8th mile mark, and then you had a quarter where there was like a turn, and then you had a quarter mile that was at another street, and then you had like a shutdown period, and it was perfect. I mean, you could literally just cut the businesses out and turn it into a track. And it was on the outskirts of town. That's why everybody for, decades, if not close to a century, have been out there racing, because it's out of town. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
But it's perfect for a street race. It's just, it wasn't sanctioned by the city. It wasn't allowed. But what it was is the guys got together and did a cash days. It was, I want to say, $100 minimum, and then they had the top prize was I think $2,000 or $5,000 buy-ins.
Damn.
Yeah, it was. And the cool thing is they would have a meeting before, and they'd pair you with cars in your category. So me having a stock Mustang, of course, obviously I'm not going to be going against any kind of cars with blowers or turbos.
Yeah.
Most of the time I was with guys that were running small shots of nitrous. But I ran a lot of Charger. Not a single Charger could even come remotely close unless it was running nitrous. And that night, I don't know what he had under the hood. I know he had 2 bottles in the trunk. And I mean, if I would have tried, I could have gotten him, but I wouldn't have gotten him by much. Because I was just about maxed out but I was letting him run. That's why you see in that video, I was just barely behind him.
Yeah, you were sticking with him.
Yeah, I mean, I was short shifting. I was shifting at like, I don't know, 7,200 RPM, I think it was. I wasn't, running it out. But so my goal is to come up with a Fox body. And then I want to put a Christmas tree in it in the full cage and suspension on it.
Yeah.
What's a Christmas tree?
So the Christmas tree is a Gen 3 Coyote bottom end,
Okay.
the Gen 2 ported heads, and Gen 1 cams with intake. And then you use your Copperhead ECU. So you end up with about a 13.1, 13.2 compression. So it's a real high compression motor, but it revs to 9,000.
Wow.
Nice.
It's a high rev.
Yeah.
Real high
You get about little over 600 NA. I think it's Joker. Who was it? Joker or one of the other guys is running one right now in a Fox body, and he's running, I think, 859 or something like that with the NA.
In a quarter?
Yeah. I mean, those things are, that motor is just insane.
The
if you build it
mo-
right.
And Mustangs are light and make them fast. That's no joke about them. They're like the new Novas. They're like the new Chevy 2s of modern day.
Mhm.
Or the Vegas. I guess you could say a lot of people used to run the Vegas too. But how did your topic go tonight, Fluffy? As far as your, I seen your topic was what makes a good mechanic, or what makes a mechanic professional.
We did good
pretty
on
good.
that. We had a bunch of opinions and a bunch of solid opinions on that.
What did you come to positive conclusions?
If you have a crescent wrench and a hammer and a screwdriver, you're a mechanic.
Yeah. So basically, it came down
You got
to
duct tape.
experience and knowing that you're fixing the vehicle right and not just throwing parts at it.
Yeah.
Knowing
So,
what you're doing.
Did you,
And we
did
got into the topic of technicians versus mechanics.
Yeah, there you go.
Always
That's
fun
what
one.
I'm curious about. How'd that work out? That went sideways.
Nah, it was good. I had a couple comments that we're more biased towards one, but hell, I don't care if I'm a mechanic. I don't care if I'm a tech. Call me what you want.
Yeah, so I can see that. Some people, I got people all stirred up when I did that too before when I talked about technician. I was like, technicians are more diagnostic driven. A mechanic is somebody who changes parts out. I feel like today's age, a technician is somebody who's going to be well-rounded in electrical diagnostics and you know, all that stuff. And a mechanic, which is nothing wrong with either one. I agree with you that on that, Fluffy, is that that there's nothing wrong with either one. At the end of the day, you know, I personally, I think everybody starts out should be a mechanic from young, and then some guys just don't want to change out of that. I mean, you know, a good mechanic can swap a motor out fast. A good mechanic can change a transmission fast. You know, where a good technician will literally drink his supper every night because he hates his life because all he does is diagnose garbage wiring problems.
So Lakes had said this, and I couldn't agree more. Where he said, let me see, trying to find the comment.
The one where go ahead.
Basically, he said, okay, right here. I guess I'm a mechanic when I'm changing the engine, and I'm a technician when I'm fixing the electricals.
Oh, there we go.
I agree with that.
Well,
100%.
yeah, I don't know. I had a car. I had a car come in today with the OT heater code. So I sold O2 sensor, wiring harness, and a PCM and a reprogram.
God damn.
So I figured it fixed everything, right?
We had a Euro tech in the shop one time like that, man. He just put everything that it could be. And they would stink and let him get away with it. I can't get away with that for nothing, bro. I got to prove it down to the point.
I've worked with guys like that. I look at their ticket.
That's why I'm just glad to be crazy and have tools.
My service writers come out, and I'm like, why do you got to put me in the middle of this? I don't want to be enemies with any of these guys in the back shop. And I look at the ticket, and I'm like, no, there's no way all that's wrong.
I remember my shop manager when I first started at my first place used to ask me, he's like, what do you want to do, boy, when you're in this industry? What do you plan on being? And I said, I don't know. After 2 years of doing this, I feel like I should have went back and fought my counselor for making my career path not more direct for me into a better direction. My guidance counselor.
Who was asking about the GTR price?
No, that was me.
That was you? So MSRP on Nissan GTR Premium 121, but listed for 146. Gone up drastically.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, I've worked a decade in independent shops, and I've worked a decade in dealerships. And one of the reasons dealerships get away with charging so much is that they visually look professional and educated. In other words, they present well, but they're hiring the same mechanics that they get from Jiffy Lube and wherever else. You know, mechanics are mechanics no matter where they work. You know, we're generally all the same.
That's a very good point.
That is an awesome statement right there. I definitely appreciate that 100%.
That's a very good point. We all come from the same place.
I mean, these people are paying, you know, a lot. And on top of that, dealerships, they're paying a lot because there's so many warranty jobs that get charged back 2 years down the road during audits. Now people that bought a car, their kids are paying the price, you know, with higher labor rates. So,
how about you? Have you ever ran it? Now I don't see this as much as I used to anymore, but I used to run into these guys all the time when I worked at a BMW dealership and we wore white lab coats. Okay. And people would always be like, oh man, you work at BMW. And I didn't go to work there to be for somebody prestigious. And I never felt prestigious at any point ever when I clocked into that place. I can promise you that. They did keep it very clean. There was a lot of sanitary It was very sanitary, but we also had a brand new building when I first started. That's the only reason I went there is because it was a brand new shop. And but after I left the BMW dealership, I always remember feeling I had a couple buddies that worked at the GM dealership and the Ford dealership, and they're always like, "Oh, you went to go be a scab." That's what they'd always call me. I mean, it's kind of like, but back then, we were hard on each other. And I noticed that there was always that mentality with several guys that they thought because they worked at a dealership that they were better. And I was always like, you're better at diagnosing the same problem over and over and over again because you see it every day on cars. But you don't challenge yourself on. I mean, I'm not smart for working in an independent shop because I have to deal with different crap. I mean, dealing with 9 different brands in a week is not easy. You definitely, and the sad part is dealer guys tend to get paid more. Just like you said, they make more money and they get charged more. And I honestly feel like independent shops are underpaid. A lot of guys that work on them. Some guys don't. Some shops pay really good, and I think that's the problem. Bad dealers or bad shop owners screw their
I
technicians.
disagree with you on that. Dealer techs may get paid more on an hourly basis. Their benefits are usually less than a very good independent. I'm not talking about average independent, a very good independent, but the warranty times often kick the living shit out of a dealer.
I couldn't handle that.
Oh yeah,
I could not handle those warranty times. Woo.
I mean,
I don't know.
99% of what I do is customer pay.
Fluffy works at a dealer. OCD, do you work at a dealer now too?
I just retired after 12 years with Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram.
Oh, okay. So what did you? Let me ask you this: since you're retired and you did spend 10 years, because you've got the most experience out of me or out of anybody, I think, for working at a dealership here. Which one did you prefer, and what was the work easier at a dealership than it was an independent shop?
So first of all, I made more money at a dealership, probably about 40% more pay. And this is California.
Right.
But I would say that, overall, to make it in independent, because I worked at an independent shop in Fresno that was 105 years old when I started there 20 years ago. And it was it was a dealer alternative independent shop. It was literally the best in the Central Valley, as far as ranking. But like comparing that, it's kind of hard. But because it was such a high prestige independent shop, it felt like a dealership. But I will say this, like having to work with just a Mitchell or Pro Demand system, and we had books back then too, but trying to do that, and then every car is different. It could be a Maserati or a Pinto or a 55 Chevy. I mean, I've done everything because of the independent shop. With the dealership, I'm really limited on my skill set when I leave there.
Right. So would you say it's fair to say that it's a lot more? I don't want to call it easy work. I'm not trying to take anything away from dealer guys because I'm not that type of person. I'm not that type of person to degrade a dealership guy.
Yeah.
Or I honestly envy a guy that works at a dealership, because if you can make a good living in a dealership, I say pick a brand, work on it, make your money, and enjoy your life. Whereas a guy like you just said, working on different especially if you're working on come on, dude, Maserati, and get out of here, dude. I've had to work on Saabs, and Volvos and Volkswagens and Audis, and which Audis and Volkswagens are pretty similar, but I've had to work on several different brands in one week that just made me want to literally shank myself. I wanted I want to get a prison shiv and put it in my rib.
I own a Saab.
Well, that is another point though. The advantage of working at a dealer, you have all the real information available to you.
Yes.
Or in the aftermarket, you don't necessarily do.
No, it's harder.
I rely on
get
my
the
dealer
specialized
friends.
tools at the dealership that a lot of shops don't have.
Yeah, y'all see those transmission plates that I put the transmissions on?
Yeah.
Those are a dream.
Oh yeah, dude, and you guys got those tables. A lot of dealerships have the tables now to pull the full subframes down. Dude, they're expensive. And you know what? Now, my buddy Armin, I wish he would do more videos at his shop, but my buddy Superback Armin is probably just, and you know what? I think it's California in general for some of the shops out there. They have really good shop owners. Like you're just saying, you had a shop that was 105 years old and they had a really nice shop. There's a lot of bad shops out there. I mean, like Flat Rate Master seems like he has a good shop that he works at where they buy the tools they need, and get them the best of everything. Because that's really what it takes to work in an independent shop is your shop owner has to be willing to spend the money. And most shop owners are misers. And they destroy technicians. And somebody asked me the other day, they said, well, why are so many technicians leaving? And I said, simple. And now, and this is a gray area. A lot of people will get upset with this, especially shop owners, and they'll say that's BS. Technicians are lazy. No, it's not. If you don't give them the tools, if you don't set a technician up to succeed, give them the training and the tools, and you literally say that your technicians are lazy, that says everything about that shop that I ever needed to know about you. If you give them every opportunity and then they don't do the work, then that's a different story. But I've seen so many shops, and I go to these shops all the time, and I'm like, dude, that's why they hire me to come in and do stuff, because they don't want to buy the equipment. They don't want to buy programming. They don't want to buy they don't want to buy the scan tools. They don't want to get involved. And I hear it all the freaking time because the overhead in owning an independent shop is ridiculous. Because you have to have a micropod, or you have to have a Chevy scan tool system. You have to have a Ford IDS. You have to have a VADCOM for your, like, all those systems are almost required. Or buying your Opus stuff for your German stuff, to help diagnose pass-through assistance. All that stuff is versus the dealership only has one brand, so the dealership gets that provided from the company. And then they don't have that overhead. Well, I guess it probably is. Yeah. They make them buy it, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I think you guys know what you see what I'm putting down here, right?
Yeah.
That's why like a lot of shops that I work for, they love me because I've got the oddball tools. Because when dealerships shut down, I've gone in and bought their tools and equipment, like the specialized stand for doing the ZF4 transmissions for dismantling them. Like that's the thing is I lend my tools out to the shops. Like we got a little group out here. And I'll lend tools out to them because I don't want to be there doing the work.
Right.
But that's the thing is I have OEM softwares out my wazoo, and so I'm always doing programming for them. But that's the thing is it's group mentality out here that keeps us alive.
I'll say this: I wouldn't survive if I was independent. If I worked for an independent, it would take me a long time to adjust.
I actually like the independent because I like not having the same thing over and over and over.
That's the thing is everything works the same. It's just a different location.
Like the bolt and it's wires. That's all it is. The whole thing is metal. It's
it still makes it challenging. Still though, there's some challenges.
It definitely makes it challenging. Learning the different systems.
I can pull up a diagram of the whole freaking car and exact locations for components, pin layouts, all that stuff. It's all data on crack is what I got.
So Toyota just came out with a new level of technician beyond master technician, and that's called a diagnostician. And I kind of consider myself that just because of my background. But basically, when the Jeep Wagoneer came out, it's a $100,000 Land Rover competitor that Jeep came out with recently. And they were just plagued with stalling and things shutting down, like one time a month or one day a week it would stall. But that vehicle has Ethernet communication. It's got really high-speed multiple different communication networks between like 35 to 40 computers in that thing. God. And one of them, that you wouldn't think dropping can cause the engine computer to shut down. Completely different network on top of it. So that's kind of like the diagnostician. So and then on those vehicles, they want it diagnosed while they wait because they're so important, these customers. They're really high-end customers. Mm-hmm. And so I will say that dealerships, they have access to the tech departments where they're like, I need to get a hold of the Star Center. I need to know, like, hey, what do I do in this situation? Now, normally, if it wasn't a Wagoneer, it would take, a couple days to go back and forth minimum. But on a Wagoneer, it was so important. The engineers had your phone number, and they would call you on your cell phone and be like, "Hey, what's going on with this right now?" You know.
Right.
So that's a whole new level of interaction that you won't find at an independent shop.
That's what Ford's wanted to go to, that same style system now, and it scares the beans out of me.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm not sure what Chrysler technician's referring to, but I definitely agree with his comment about us dealer techs have to learn. I definitely that I don't envy that neither. Trying to learn a problem before it even happens. Yeah. That's kind of. I remember several things back when I was going to a Mac dealer and I was going into a lot of dealerships. I remember listening to those guys complain about having to learn about stuff before TSVs, and there's a lot of dealer stuff that's kind of riffraff and it sucks, and takes away from your time too.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But I don't know. It's an interesting thing because I don't think there's any clear-cut choice sometimes, and then other times I'm like, I would rather work for a dealership. And I know it's not. I'm not saying it's easy working for any of these car dealers. I don't want anybody to take that personal, like I'm saying that being a dealer tech makes you bougie or because I don't believe that that's the case at all, because I know that service advisors screw over technicians, and the more work you do, they tend to give you shittier jobs, and the better you are, you tend to get the crap, and that leaves you with there's a lot of politics involved with the dealership. Nothing's perfect. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing perfect at all. But at the end of the day, there's some days where I just go, why do I do this to myself? Why do I have to work on a Honda, Ford, Chrysler? Why do I want to work on all these cars in 1 week? And trying to retain all that knowledge is impossible. It didn't used to be that bad. And back when I started working on cars, like I said, I'm 44. I'm not the oldest guy on the planet, but back when I started working on cars, I agree with what John said there is that, yeah, they're all nuts and bolts, and you can bolt off parts. Simple OBD1 was not that bad. Even the OBD2 when it first came out. But now that since we've got sensors on every component, we've got more modules, it's definitely increased the I'm searching for words here. Increased the difficulty of working on cars, and you have to retain more knowledge. A lot more wiring, a lot more. You have to have a lot more. Man, I'm struggling.
Gotta be more well-rounded.
Yeah,
that's what I like about it. That's the whole thing that I actually
It needs a
enjoy.
whole harness. It needs
if
needs a PCM. It needs a reprogram.
Right.
If you actually look at what all I do, all the knowledge I have.
You're right.
I found this on the web for program. Check it out.
I call myself John of some trades, and that's because I pretty much know a little bit of everything. And that's why I love independence, and that's why I love having to learn Land Rover, having to learn BMW, Mercedes. You throw anything at me, I don't care. I'll keep
learning. You love learning Land Rover. Did you hear that, Lakes? Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
He's crazy. He said he loved learning Land Rover.
Yeah.
You know what? It's the challenge. I love learning. There's nothing wrong with trying to be that technician.
That's awesome that you want to learn.
I personally
will run you over.
For me, just so you guys know, my mom was pregnant with me when she worked at a Ford dealership. My dad worked at that dealership. My grandfather worked at that dealership. My cousin was the pilot for Mr. Richardson. And so we're deep with it, with the dealership. And I could have just continued on working with the dealership, but honestly, I like the independent better. And even the last job I had, I didn't even have a lift. I did everything with a jack. And I was long tube headers, pulling transmissions, you name it, anything that they could throw at me. I just didn't care. And I loved it. I actually embraced the challenge of trying to figure out how to do that without the lift.
That's good. You have that drive for it.
What about pain? How do you deal with the pain?
Yeah.
Ibuprofen,
aspirin,
ibuprofen.
800 milligrams ibuprofen.
You take that every day.
I take 3 Aleve every morning as soon as I get in the shop.
6 of them.
I take 2 leaves in the morning, 2 leaves at night when I go to bed in between. So, but I do whatever. I mean,
Are you guys serious? You really take all that?
Yeah.
flat rate.
I take
Working
3
flat
every
rate.
morning.
I don't have a lift. I'm in the mud, in the ground, on like I'm in the worst conditions you can imagine. Like my arthritis is bad in the morning. It's bad in the noon.
I'm pretty sure I have fibromyalgia because I'll be laying in bed, even if I haven't worked in a week, and my muscles are like going crazy, twitching, and my spine's hurting, and I'm like, man, I need some like hardcore medication for this one, and then I just have to live with it because a lot of it's mental. A lot of it's like mental. Your brain remembers the pain of years of wrenching, and it remembers the pathway to every part, and it's like, oh, let's make it really bad on them. Basically, a lot of our pain is psychological.
I bet.
See, I was gonna say working flat rate for me. Challenges are not beneficial, so I want to figure out the problem as fast as I can and get it repaired as fast as I can.
I'm shocked at how long I've gone without ever having to use all data. I don't know how I survived with it. I've only had all data for 3 months.
Yeah.
I've never used online manuals and stuff like that. I've winged most of the stuff that I know. And if I didn't have the book for it, I just winged it. And now now that I'm using all data, I'm like, how did I survive? How did I do it?
So I remember doing there was a seat recall type deal that I worked on when I was at BMW, and we were replacing seat motors, and everybody just loved getting these things because there was, they were racking up hours with these recalls on these motors. And that's one thing, like John was saying, like, I don't like the repetition and I like the challenge, which, Fluffy, I get it. Like, that's your bread and butter if you're doing flat rate is making that. But me, I got bored with that stuff. I got tired of replacing I don't know. I don't like doing repetitious things all the time, which is ignorant because that just makes it harder on yourself, right? Why not take easy money? It doesn't make any sense. I'm dumb, though. I'm dumb like that.
We all know one thing, though. It's crystal clear. CP does not masturbate.
What?
It's repetitious.
Oh, yeah.
he was about to say you're wrong.
Don't do that. Don't ruin me.
Listen, I never said anything. I didn't do that because guess what? I'm ambidextrous. What up now? Sometimes get the stranger from out of town.
I really do. I really liked it. I like, my favorite has always been any of the VCT motors, doing timing chains, water pumps on them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm actually pretty good at it where I can actually get an entire, motor tore down, get it, all the stuff in it, all new gears, all new everything, all new chains, get it timed, get it all back together in less than a day. And
I've did timing chains on one Land Rover 5.0 supercharger.
Don't. Those are disposable motors. I mean, if you got to do a timing chain on a Land Rover, you pretty much just need to toss the motor and get another one. They're 100,000 mile motors, and then you junk them if you make it that far. But
they're like doing VVT Ford stuff now, and those are.
I honestly think if Honda and Toyota didn't come to the United States, 50, 60 years ago, we'd be getting away with 30,000 mile warranties like we used to have, and engines not making it past 70.
That is no BS right there. Because I remember back in the 90s when GM Vortex came out and everybody used to be like, oh, Vortex are so great, dude. I literally did nothing but fuel pumps and alternators on GMs my first 2 years solid as an independent shop. I swear to God, that's all I did. All the freaking time. Just fuel pumps.
I want to touch on this right quick. Where our ICT car guy says dealer has that information because they take it from the reporting documentation you don't like to do, Fluff. That's great. That's great. But guess what? I'm not getting paid to report or document all that stuff. Finding pins and it take 15, 20, 30 minutes to write a correct story that I'm not getting paid for. I'm just sitting at my computer. We already do enough stuff that we're not getting paid for.
There's no perfect pay system out there. That's the one thing I will say. Is it, you know, people will say, "Oh, I can make a lot of money on flat rate." You can make a lot of money on flat rate, you know, and you can make more money than you can on hourly. But there's also a catch-22 where you're sitting on your hands, and you know your service writer doesn't like you, or he's pissed off at you. And now he takes some money out of your mouth. I mean, like, you're all dependent. That's like, I remember, like, back in the day, my buddies would all be like, "Dude, Theo is screwing me over," and like, you know, he's like, he won't give me anything, and he's giving everything to Scott, and I'm not getting shit, and I'm going broke, blah blah blah. You know, I mean, that kind of stuff just did not sound interesting to me at all. Where I was on a hybrid system where I got
We
paid.
wouldn't have to pay you guys so much if you didn't want those Snap-on $30,000 tool chests.
I didn't ever had a snap on, honestly. So
Mr. Big,
I never. I mean, I got $7,000 in my toolboxes. You know, like that's what the big misconception is about people is they think that because I've got all this nice shit that I paid a lot of money for it, and what they don't know is that I'm a miser and I beat everybody down for everything that I wanted, including the Snap-on guy. I go onto a truck and wiggle Benjamins in his face and be like, "Ain't buying it unless you give me a deal." How about that? You know, I mean, I bought my ball joint press for $250 below what you can get them for now. You know, almost actually $300. Everything that I bought is on a smoking deal when I buy it, because I wait until I needed something or the deal came up, and cash in your pocket is how you win every single time.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise I wouldn't buy the shit. You know, I mean, like, and the thing is, like, I will never spend $30,000 on a Snap-on toolbox. Now, there's guys that can afford it. Don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody should be jealous of anybody if they have a toolbox like that. You know, I mean, Fluffy's got an awesome toolbox. He's got a nice toolbox, and it's not cheap. And it's really, I mean, it's expensive for your setup. Is not cheap, but at the end of the day, if you can afford it and you made the money doing it, then what's up? You know, I mean, like, what's the matter? You know, I mean, like, that's what you wanted. That's like, you know, and you can. Granted, it's an investment into your and its efficiency. There's some things, you know, I mean, it could be subjective, but if you're smart about it, you can also buy those things for a decent price.
Yeah.
You know, I believe that there's ways around beating the dollar. If you,
I've never paid full
I
price for any tool myself.
I didn't pay full price for all that stuff either.
Right.
I had trade
I heard
ins.
the Snap-on guy the other day on your roll cab tour. I heard your Snap-on guy every single time saying, "Hey, that's just MSRP. That's not with rebates and kickbacks and trade-ins." Yeah. And that's what everybody always focuses on, that big number. But it's just like buying a new car. And if anybody's ever bought a new car, they know you ain't paying sticker price on a new car. If you do, they suckered you. You got suckered. You're a sucker.
I don't know. If I took my toolboxes into a Snap-on truck, they'd probably turn around and tell me I have to pay them to take them.
What gets me on that, CP, is if they're willing to do rebates and all this other stuff, just make that the price of the box.
Exactly. Well, it's the same thing with the dealership and selling cars, though, too. You know why they don't do that shit? Because they bank on the fact that they're going to screw people. That's exactly what it all boils down to. That's it. This is why I say you can't trust a salesman. And when I say that, I mean that with no respect at all. I mean that with all no respect. You cannot trust a salesman. I used to go on, when I was a Mac tool dealer, okay, I hated the fact of that being called a salesman. I hated being called a salesman because I despise salesmen. Dude, I would literally go into, I remember when I bought my car at the Ford dealership, I went in and I basically just held the guy by his throat until he gave me the price I wanted. Yeah. I mean, that's all I did. I don't deal well with salesmen.
There's I'm sure there's a lot of Snap-on Matco guys out there that will not give that information out. Nope, this is $14,000. Nope, that's the best I could do. Okay, I'll go down 500.
I'll give it to you right now. I can tell you that almost every one of those list prices is 50%. That's what their cost is. Right off the top.
That's about what the rebates are.
Yep. So you can do the math pretty simple. I don't care. I've got no disclosure agreement with anybody. I can literally burn all these companies as fast as I can. They can say what they want, but the way to haggle with them, I've said this before. I've actually done a video on this, and all my tool dealers know that I'm smart, and they don't want to give me deals because I've already, I didn't let them know who I was when I first was into it, But now they know. They're like, CP is smarter than we thought, which I'm not. I'm just really smart with what I did. Anyways, long story short, besides being an idiot, the thing about it is if you go in there with a whole plan. So if you would have went on that rock and roll cab truck, and you'd have been like, I want to get that Snap-on Epic with a hutch, 2 side lockers. I want to trade in my Matco box, and you knew. So you got to find the price out first. So that's the thing is the first step to eating an elephant, right, is one bite at a time, right? So you got to start off with a bite, okay? So find out the price. Then you cut that sucker in half, and now you go, okay, well, if he gives me the full cost of my box to cover his cost, now I got to come up with some money to put in his pocket. So let's just say, out of the sake of argument, $30,000 toolbox. Now we want him to give you $15,000 for yours. So that way we're at cost. Now, how much are you willing to pay for that toolbox? We got his cost covered. Your toolbox is trade in. Now you want to get that new Snap-on Epic with 2 side lockers. Well, what's fair? 2,000-3,000? That's how you do it. Boom. So what if you paid $5,000 or $6,000 for that box a couple of years ago? Now you walked away from trading in your brand new Matco box for a new Snap-on Epic, and you literally are up ahead because you got a trade-in deal. Now it doesn't work like that always because dealers they know what's up too, but their whole goal, that's what they want. Okay, that's how it all comes down. You cannot trust a salesman.
Yeah.
Looks like someone's getting icing put on them.
I just like that he's upfront about everything.
Who's that? Your Matco guy?
No, the salesman, the Snap-on guy.
Oh yeah. If you can find somebody that's like that, that's good. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't in anything in life, man. It doesn't even matter about a tool truck, a car salesman. Like, dude, that's where the snake oil salesman deal came from. How many times have you seen salesmen get a bad deal because that's what they do? They're like, hey, Fluffy, why don't you come on and check out this toolbox, buddy? Oh, dude, we can give it to you for $100 a month payment. Okay, they don't tell you that interest rate. He tries to get you to sign. Is it his responsibility to tell you the interest rate? Nope, it's not. No more than somebody that sells a house to you or that gives you a bank loan, and people try to pull that shit all the time, and that pisses me off. I'm like, listen, your responsibility is to understand how financing works, not the Snap-ons, not the home, not a bank, not any of that. It's your job. I almost got screwed when I bought my first house. They had those arms. You remember back in 2008 when the crash was going on?
Adjustable rates.
Yeah, adjustable rates. And everybody was doing it, but nobody asked questions. CP did. I bought my house, no joke. I paid 3.5% interest, and during that time, on a 30-year fixed rate. Okay, and then I went back in and refinanced my house after I got that, and got another fixed rate on a 15-year. Cut my payment in half, still kept the same interest rate, and basically walked away from selling my house within less than 5 years during a crisis where the housing was at the highest they've ever been. And I walked away with $25,000 in my pocket after 5 years living in my house. I'm not saying that I am a financial genius or making a ton of money, because I also make a bunch of poor financial decisions too, but I do understand financing very well.
So if you understand financing, just got a little, I don't know, this has got to do with automotive stuff, but if you're paying for a house and you're making your payments, if the roof leaks, you have to buy that. If the refrigerator quits, you have to buy that. If the stove quits, you have to buy that. But if you're renting, you don't pay for any of that. Yes, you don't own the place. But if anything breaks, then it doesn't come out of your pocket, but you're still paying the same or slightly less, or maybe somewhere around what you'd be paying if you're buying it. But what if the market shifts and you find a better job somewhere else and you need to go there?
Did you hear what I said, though?
If you're renting, you can get out of anything at any point, go wherever the money is. You can travel out of the country. You can go wherever, and you're not fixed on anything. And
it's because you have to be smart about what you buy. It's like buying a toolbox. If I went out and bought a Snap-on Epic, Mr. Big, stacked it top and bottom, side lockers, How many guys are going to be able to have the money to buy that?
But what was the reason for that versus something cheaper?
Well, okay, let's go back to the house thing.
I don't want to go crazy or anything like that.
No. Dude, I understand completely. First of all, it's all about making the right decision in the first place. So, like my house, in that instance, when I bought that house, I bought a house that had high resale value. It had tons of curb appeal, and it was very easy. I knew it was going to be I lived there 5 years. Remember what I said? I lived there 5 years and then sold it and walked away with $25,000 in my pocket, cash money. Okay, so I didn't lose a dime on the house. And not only that, when I bought the house, I was smart enough to get a new roof put into the contract when I bought it and get the house painted, so I didn't have to worry about the roof when I bought it. That was part of my closing agreement. So it's all about making smart decisions. Yeah, it's all about making the smart decision. Not only that, it had a brand new water heater and a furnace when I bought it. Buying the right house and buying it in the right way is how you do it. That's just like my toolboxes. When I bought my toolboxes, I did the same thing. I made sure I found the right deal when it was coming up. The dealer had a toolbox, and he said, "Hey, I'm going to the Mac Tool Fair." He says, "I can get this discount on it." I said, "All right, cool. I'll pay you cash for it. Let's go. Like, let me know. And then I want to trade in this other box." You know, it's all about making deals, like Pawn Stars, or those guys set themselves up to win. It's no different than being a technician, setting yourself up to win. You got to always be on the helm to set yourself up to win. Don't set yourself up to fail. Don't set yourself up to have debt with credit. Have cash in your bank, all those things. I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm just saying, like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, it all has a method to the madness. You have to set yourself up to win.
Hey, so I don't mean to change this, but I saw the ICTs were commenting again. A while back, he actually asked about Coyote versus Godzilla. That's really, before he gets too far out, wanted to answer that. The Godzilla is a motor that is just an LS better, but without modifications and no support. Coyote, on the other hand, there's infinite mods. The best part about it is the high revving part of it. You can take a cheap Coyote stock, just drop a Gen 2 VMP blower on it and make 700, 800 horsepower reliably and drive it for 200,000 miles and never have an issue. You can mod them and you can get 2,000-3,000 horsepower out of a Coyote. If you guys watch Brett LaSalle right now on Sick Week, he's running constant 650s. And I think he's still running a manual transmission. I don't remember if he is, but he was running a manual transmission and set the record for the fastest manual stick shift car in the world. And he's running a Coyote. The Godzilla is it's too new, and it came out in a very horrible time where the EPA is trying to shut everything down. So nobody wants to spend the money on developing modifications for it. So
the Godzilla for Ford was just to replace the V10, but tried to offer the same power and reliability.
It was made for the 550s, the 650s, the bigger trucks. And some guys are
on their tool truck.
He said Coyote over Godzilla.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, Coyote was made to go high RPM, and it's a racing engine. Like, it's given. The Godzilla is a workhorse engine, and that's what it was made for.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So I know Cletus right now just blew up his Godzilla with I think it was 15 pounds of boost or something like that.
The difference between the two is one is horsepower, one is torque. Horsepower is how fast you go down, how fast you hit the wall. Torque is how far you go through the wall.
Yeah, exactly. So just wanted to answer that real quick because I saw there was something else that he asked about trying the Godzilla. Well, that's why I don't want to try the Godzilla.
But the expense of the Coyote is pretty up there. I don't know a ton about this subject, but I noticed that the cost of a Coyote is very you gotta have to go. It's not like a cheap engine to be messing around with.
So the thing is they're not as cheap as an LS. You're not going to go to a junkyard and for $500 or $400 pull one out of 1,000 different vehicles. I mean, you get it, you know, whether they're in the Astrovan, they're in cars, they're everywhere. The Coyote is going to be a little bit more expensive, but it's still not, when you consider what you get out of the box for what you spend, you get a lot more right off the bat. You know, you take a Coyote and let's say you've got a $6,000 budget. Well, the Coyote, you can buy the Coyote, mod it, and get far more out of it than you can an LS for the same price. Not so. I mean, if you put on a dyno, the LS may show better numbers, but when you're on a track, that 9,000 RPMs, what people don't realize is, yes, you start losing power at about 8,200 RPMs, but when you're revving to 9,000 and you shift, you're shifting into the max of your torque band.
Well, what about the transmission then?
What's that?
What about the transmission you have to put behind it?
You can still run a 6R80 and just do a 4R200 conversion. That's insane.
Yeah, but that's not a cheap transmission either.
Not that bad. I mean, when you buy, if you buy a wrecked car, or if you buy one of the crate motors, you can get the transmission with it. I mean, and even still, the MT82 can sit behind something like that. I think Brett Lassalle is still running MT82, or I don't know. I want to look and see what he's.
I like the Coyote, but as far as when you and like I said, I'm not a major car builder or anything, but I'm wanting to build a car, and I've been obviously doing a little bit of research. And my biggest problem is that's the problem is the cost. At the end of the day, granted, if you got unlimited funds and you want to put an 800, you want to make a 700 to 100 horsepower car, and you want to go that route, and you know the Coyote's a great engine, but
if you want cheap and you want to start out, just get you a 3.7 Cyclone engine out of a V6 Mustang, like a 2012. Put a little Pro Charger on it, and do like 410 rear gears. I mean, you can beat
even like versus the Godzilla. You'd be better off to go get a $500 Ford V10.
Right. Those are garbage.
It's cheap, and they will reach their RPMs and they'll hold out. You just got to cool those things. You just got to cool them.
My buddy, you got to watch out for the spark plugs.
They're good engines. They just need to be cooled.
Yeah,
but for $500, get you going really fast engine. That's not a bad engine.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation because it's just to me there's a lot of angles that you have to look
better
at.
It's better than the Godzilla for a race car engine.
I think the Coyote would be a great I think it's an awesome engine. I definitely think it's great to build, and it's definitely a great racing engine. I think the problem is that as far as cost goes, I think it doesn't.
But it's not cost. That's just it. It's not cost. Yes, it may cost $4,000 for a crate motor or something. If you're going to buy a good one, new, not used, we're talking about one that's got warranty, one that's whatever. Even with it's coming, the motor, the ECU, all the wiring harness, everything. You can find one for about $4,000. And the thing is, when you're done, you don't have maintenance. I mean, look at the guys that are running Formula Drift right now. They're running 37 races, practices, qualifying.
They've got a ton of money too. So their budget isn't really built around like a normal DIY guys. Or
look at the engine. They buy a sealed stock engine, literally sealed stock from Ford. So it's not opened at all in any way, shape, or form, other than they can put a VMP blower on it. Was what most of them use. A lot of them are still running the Gen 2s, but you can run a Gen 3 or Gen 3R or whatever on it. And you don't do maintenance other than oil on it all season long, while everybody else is, blowing bearings and having to, replace lifters and do all this maintenance to the motor that you spend in labor, you spend in parts. When you figure out after a year or two of running that Coyote, that money is saved in what you didn't have to do with it.
So you're saying that the Coyote is more reliable than an LS?
Oh, but that's not even a question.
It is. I will say that it is too.
Well, don't they have the issue with the Coyote oil pumps, the crank?
Okay, so the oil pump gears, the
oil pump gear. Once that goes, that's it. You're done.
Yeah, but so the oil pump gears break because people sit on the rev limiter. And when you've got that big of a chain on both sides, you got multiple chains, you're putting a lot of stress on that oil pump gear. So, and I mean, look, God, what's the guy's name? He's with Ron Gitten's team.
What about the oil problems with the spark plugs and stuff they get?
Nothing.
Chelsea,
There's nothing with the spark plugs. I mean, honestly, what I would say is
transmission issues is what I see the most of. I see a ton of transmission problems.
Never. I can tell you right now, with our Mustang, we didn't have a bit. And I mean, I
might not be in this part of the country, but I can promise you, up in this part of the country where it's colder and whatnot, we definitely see.
We get 0 degree, below 0. We get 16 degree. Then we're 150.
Hey guys,
all right, Lex.
You all have a good night.
Have a good night.
Well, that's the thing is it's a Ford. You can mount almost anything behind that thing with an easy adapter plate.
TR6060. I mean, come on. You could put just about anything behind it, and it.
Well, the secret to the Coyote is the RPMs it can handle. It can handle the RPM. It can handle the heat.
Yep.
The LSs cannot handle
I'm
the
not
RPM.
a Ford.
The LSs are just cheaper for a normal.
I think if you're building a 700 horsepower car, the LS is the way to go because you can't build it.
Not even remote. You buy a Coyote, take a you can get a used Gen 2 VMP blower from VMP, I think it was, if I remember correctly, for like $1,200.
But you can't buy an LS for $500, or you can't buy a Coyote for $500, and I can buy an LS for $500.
Yeah, if you're on a budget, an LS is going to always be the saving grace.
If you got a Coyote for $500, let me know. I'm buying it right now. In fact, I'll bring a semi trailer and buy as many as you can get me for $500. I will say that, I'll be buying them all.
Well, you're going to need to. You got to buy them by the dozen because they tend to blow.
The only thing with an LS is you're going to be doing the crank all the time.
And here's the other thing is when people say LSs are junk, well,
no, they're not.
Well, they're not junk.
They're not junk. They're
the
just.
Thing about it is Sergio brought technology one time too about failures on stuff. If there's 10 LSs to every one Coyote, then obviously you're going to see more failure rates because there's 10 times the amount of LSs than there is the Coyote. Coyotes are still relatively new to the scene.
I don't go by what the volume. I go by what we see at the track, what I see, in specific, what I have experienced almost every vehicle you could possibly imagine. And
how many Coyotes were out the sick week?
Well, I know Brett LaSalle is right now in number 1 position with his Coyote.
But I mean, that's one guy. So
no, there's actually more than that because there's several guys running Coyotes. And there's actually a whole series.
The majority of the guys that are number 1 position are in LS engines.
No,
they made it through the entire week.
Brett LaSalle right now has been one of the toughest ones, and even what was the other race that they had at the end of last year? Cletus was running against him, and I mean they were right there next to each other running. 6.5. I mean, you got a Coyote against a Steve Morrison motor. I mean, come on. That's. I mean, they're not even in the same class. Steve Morrison motors are insane.
But they're LS motors. They're LS motors.
They're not. It's not, to me. I don't call it an LS when there's nothing stock about the block. There's nothing stock about the heads. Everything has been
even a stock block.
He machines those things out
for a good amount of time.
Yeah, you're telling me the Brett LaSalle is running a stock block now?
Yes,
I have.
He modifies the blocks.
I have a buddy that's running an LS, a 5.3 with an 80 millimeter turbo on that, pushing 1,000 at the crank. He's doing like 850 to the wheels.
Since we're talking about the best engines, I gotta say the Kia and Hyundai engines are the most reliable.
Yes.
He said
Kia with their recalls.
What about Toyota?
My buddy's been running that engine for 6 years. Street racing, drag racing. I mean, that thing's a beast.
What about
he bought that engine for about $300. Put an eBay turbo on it, and it's been running. I don't think a Coyote is gonna do that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry to say, but ain't no way.
You can get 700 horsepower off of 12 pounds of boost on a Coyote, and you can do it for
it's
100,
not gonna
200,000.
last.
Yes, it will. I guarantee you. I will put
It's
money
not
on it.
gonna
That you can get
last.
over 200,000 miles
For
on a-
budget builds. It's not gonna
I
last.
hate Ford, but yes, the
love
Coyote is a
Ford.
great engine, but it's not like if you have the money, do it. If you don't, go
Yeah.
and stay with the LS.
Oh,
LS
yeah.
is you're not going to go wrong with the LS. The LS
Talking
is a solid
budget,
proven engine.
budget for your normal
But-
guy trying to get
But
some
the
big
repair
power.
and maintenance of that engine over a 1 year period is going to cost you more than the Coyote
Now,
because
LS
of
is
those
lighter.
RPMs.
The LS is lighter. So if you're trying to go light,
Yeah.
that it is. And
Well,
hey, I like the LS. I do.
And
just
it's
feel like-
simpler. It's a
How
lot
much
more
is the
simpler to
cams
work
you gotta
on.
put in
Nice
a
to go
Coyote?
wrong on
I don't
that.
know. The amount of money you just got to put in cams in a Coyote if you want to add your cam, do some cam work. You know, I mean that's a huge expense right there.
Well,
Just for
yeah,
putting cams in.
I mean, you don't have to put cams in a Coyote, but if you're going to, yeah, I mean, you're talking 4 cams.
If you're wanting to build some horsepower, you definitely got to change it up. I mean, a stock Coyote motor is what's the stock Coyote motor? 400 horsepower.
Yeah.
The
No,
funny
well,
thing is,
the
the
new one's a
funny thing
500
is the
stock.
Coyote. Here's what I find interesting is a Coyote and a Godzilla are very, very similar. If you look at the size of a Coyote is because of those heads are almost as wide as a Godzilla. But then look at the horsepower and the torque of a Godzilla and a stock Coyote. They're very similar. That's what's very interesting. I didn't mean to switch subjects on you.
That might work out. pretty good.
460 is your Gen 3 horsepower on a Coyote. 435 foot-pound torque.
Yeah.
If
and then
I
look at
was going to do a drag car, I'd be doing a Duramax
Right.
diesel. I'll whoop your butts any day with that thing.
With what?
The Duramax. I'll push 2,500 horsepower through that thing and smoke you guys every day long if I had the money.
I'll just get a cat diesel then, and I'll take you out on that then. How about that?
How about that?
What's up? You want to? No, I don't even. I mean, I don't doubt it. You can run a Duramax, and you can a diesel. Definitely, you can make some power on them, and they're definitely more reliable in some cases. But I see those guys just absolutely blowing up on the side of the road too. Whenever you're trying to do racing stuff, unreliable comes all the way in the mix. That's the thing is, the
Anytime
more
you try to
horsepower,
mod anything,
the
something.
more horsepower you try to add to anything, you're taking away reliability. The engineers have designed those stock engines to perform at peak performance. That's why we're getting LS motors now with 300,000 miles out of them versus 350s and 302s that were. I mean, obviously Ford was smart. The 302, when they came out in a roller motor in the 80s, they were on top of the game. There's no doubt about it. I love Ford engineering as far as them, coming up with technology.
Trucks only. The cars suck.
I hate Fords.
The way
Ford cars are garbage, but they're
has a lot to do with the reliability also.
Yeah.
The way it's tuned has
Ford
so
cars
much
are
impact on how.
I'm
how
not.
long
I hate all cars equally. I'm an equal opportunity hater when it comes to vehicles. I have to work on them, so I don't actually enjoy any. I don't like stick up for any brand, but I'm not a brand loyalist to anybody because no company will ever come over and mow my grass when I break my leg. If I blade a Bluto oval, you think people from Florida are going to come? Oh, CP. Oh, you broke your leg? Let me come over and help you mow your lawn. You stuck up for us in all these, disagreements and stuff like that. Not a single one of these companies are going to come at the end of the day. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Ladas are pretty solid, Yeah, you haven't owned a car until you've owned a Lada.
A Lada?
Oh my God!
Great.
Holy cow! Yeah,
they come in a box. You assemble it yourself.
And they are they don't ever die. No matter what you do to a Lada, they don't die.
Was that a Lada vagina?
Those things, oh my God. Have you ever watched Garage 54?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You can't kill those things. You can't.
You can freeze it, bury it.
That's all my aunt buys. I have an aunt that for her whole life, that's all she's ever owned. And she's only owned 4 of them. That's how well built they are. Yeah. After you put them together yourself.
Is it an actual car?
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, watch
Russian
Garage
Ladas.
54. Check out Garage 54 out of Russia. Yeah. Those guys are insane.
This is a real car.
Well,
and they have
SUVs
that are wicked.
You guys heard of the Yugo?
Oh
Yeah.
Oh
Dude,
yeah.
I had to work on those. They were around when I was in high school. Don't kid yourself. Not only that, I also worked on tractors called INTs. Same breed, come from Yugoslavia, and they were absolutely miserable machines. Dude, I mean, like, I had to work on the worst junk in history. I
We
worked
live-
on cars in the 80s.
We lifted a Yugo on a 2-post lift, and when it got back down on the ground, we couldn't open the door.
Wow.
So in high school, we actually had somebody that had a Yugo, and every day it was like, "Where's Waldo?" Because he couldn't find his car. It was either in the ditch or it was inside the commons in the middle of the hallway. It was on top of some guy's truck. I mean, he came out and it was always in a different place. I mean, you come out in a random time and just see like 4 guys carrying a Yugo across the parking lot.
Dude, I was on the wrestling team, the football team. I used to take like Ford Festivas and set them sideways in their parking spots every day. Me and the guys would, just for fun. So that way when people come out to their cars, they couldn't get out of the parking spot.
I want to point this out real quick.
My dog's being a pain in the ass. I don't think her stomach's feeling so good.
Oh no!
I have to keep getting up till they're out.
Yeah, you gotta go or what?
I'm gonna in a few.
Okay.
Some
Not
time
to
left.
cut you off, CP, but I wanted to touch on Dartman. He said Cletus knew he was pushing the limits on his Godzilla, but it was going fast, and he has the money to play at that level.
Oh yeah.
So that's the difference between your normal
Yeah.
Joe versus somebody with
Yeah,
money.
that's pros
Just
versus
wanted to
Joes out there. Yeah.
clear that up right quick.
Yeah, he knew he should have gone over 10 pounds of boost, maybe 12 max. He was pushing 15 and accidentally went, I think, 19 or something like that. And that's
Oh, he spiked.
What's that?
He spiked on the boost.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the videos yet.
Well, I want to see the teardown when they take that out. I want to see the teardown on it and see how that goes. I honestly, all the shit that Cletus does, though. I mean, even he blew up the Steve Morris engine, like, and he was running. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about money. He's not like us. He doesn't have the funds. He'll blow up a Coyote too. That truck. Mark my words. He'll blow up that F-150 too that he bought. I promise you. He will blow that son of a
He
bitch
makes
up.
so much. One, he's probably not paying for
Burn the transmission up out of the giveaway truck right after they got it. They had to put
Oh
new
yeah.
He didn't blow up his
Like
Raptor.
Buffalo?
He had a V6 Raptor that he beat the ever living crap out of, and it held up, and he never touched it once.
How do we know it held up? He might have never said anything.
Because he drove it to the dealership to get the new Raptor R. Plus,
I can
what's the
promise you
most
that was-
reliable vehicle on his fleet? What's the one car that the motor has lasted longer than any of them? And the only reason why it was damaged was because he overheated it, and that's going to be the.
I can promise you, no EcoBoost. He's got a new V8 now, but I can promise you that EcoBoost wasn't going to last much longer.
No,
I've seen
that EcoBoost was holding up just fine. There was nothing wrong with it. And those Raptors, I can tell you anything and everything you want to know about Raptors, Mustangs, any of that stuff. When at Rich Ford, we actually had Hyperstangs. Hyperstangs was one of the divisions that would build up Mustangs. You know, you go in and you had different packages. It was kind of like Saline, but they were Ford authorized, Ford warranty, Ford supported. And I can tell you, man, those Raptors, you can beat the ever living crap out of one of those things, and they will last forever. They just don't break.
that. I disagree with that. I see so many 3.5 EcoBoost dead. We had three of them in the same.
Had a lot of them.
They're and they oil consumption. They're
What's the turbo cost?
Most of the problems with those comes
Aren't they
down
like
to
$900
maintenance
a
and
piece?
heat. It's maintenance and heat's the problem with those engines. But you can look. Just search YouTube for a couple of videos. You'll see a guy that he had 379,000 miles. I think it was. No, he had over 500,000 miles on the first EcoBoost. He had 200 and some thousand on the second, and then a Jiffy Lube forgot to put oil in it and blew it. And he was on his third EcoBoost. He has over 1 million miles on the truck, and the original 6R80 transmission finally died at over 1 million miles. All you got to do is maintenance and keep it from overheating. Those engines are flawless as long as you change the oil to the right oil and you keep it cool. That's it.
I have yet to see an EcoBoost with over 200,000 miles, but of course, just like you said, I will agree with you 100%. Maintenance is everything. Doing proper maintenance is.
The problem with the EcoBoost that you're probably seeing is the same thing with me. You're in a colder climate. Those EcoBoosts with the oil that they need to run properly does not work in these cold climates. They all grenade up here in Canada, like in
that's exactly it. It's
well,
it's
how many
intercooler?
How many oil and lube shops don't put the correct oil in them?
Right. Yeah.
How many customers don't change the oil
Well,
when they should?
they get that cheap oil and then they do oil changes to save money, you know. So there's that too. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of
200,000 miles on it one time, and that was it.
So here's how you can combat some of this for you guys that, you know, if you have a customer that wants to do the oil changes themselves or want to take it to like a quick shop, tell them to go to Walmart, ask them to get the Super Tech oil filter with the Pennzoil oil. Those, if they get it changed every no more than 4,000 or 5,000 miles, that motor will last forever. It really does.
I was told the Pennzoil, what is it? The Pennzoil full synthetic, is it Ultimate or Euro or I don't know what it is.
The Ultra Platinum.
Yeah, Ultra Platinum. That's the only oil that even competes with
Amsoil.
Yep.
I study all that stuff.
I still think that it should be a
and
standard.
Mobil's a fourth place in the oil world, but Mobil's a reliable oil too. Don't undercut that.
Mobil is definitely.
Don't leave them in there for 20,000 miles.
Yeah, nothing.
I don't think any engine should go past 5K, synthetic or not.
No, but if you want somebody that puts Rotella T and everything, and then you put that in your EcoBoost, and then you wonder why you had carbon buildup and oil consumption. You know, I mean, that's a problem though. People see that shit on YouTube and watch these guys and like, oh, I use Rotella T. It's cheap and it's, you know, I mean, dude, I've seen guys do oil changes and they're like, oh, I don't care about it's oil, right? It's slick, right? That's all that matters.
Those are the same guys that pee in the toilet and don't flush for 10 Ps.
The only time that the oil don't gather in as long as it's slick is when you're in the bedroom.
Yeah. I'm not that type of guy. I mean, I've never understood that one either. When you talk about why do people do that? That's funny you brought that up. Weird. That's one of those things where I've never been able to understand. Why do you not flush the toilet every time you pee, and then you pee 10 times? Because you save
water, man. You know how much that water costs?
There's actually in some places there's water shortages, and they have it where you can't flush. Unless it's, you know, depending on what it is, and that's because of the water shortage.
See, I always offend somebody. No matter what I say, right away I get one guy that comes up. Well, I use Rotella T in my. Oh, that's poorly deep, though. That's a different kind of motor. I mean, that's probably okay. My grandpa used Rotella T in his 454, and he had 200,000 miles on a stock 454. Now there was literally an inch of oil on the outside of the block that you could I remember I used to stick my screwdriver in it when I was working on it because it would hold to the side of the block because it was so thick because it just leaked out of every hole orifice. But that was a Chevy back then.
But all right, guys, I gotta shut this down. My old lady's on her way home.
Yeah, it's 4 hours.
So you better not be on there when I get back. So
yeah. I should get some sleep too.
Yeah, so thank you all for joining.
I'll get enough sleep when I die.
Oh, I gotta work tomorrow. Oh, I don't want to.
So do I.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to shut it down here, guys.
You guys are working this weekend.
Huh?
You guys working this weekend crap? Like, what's wrong with you?
I only work Saturday. I don't work Sunday.
Because I want to retire.
I'm out. I don't work weekends.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of that.
I'm also broke too. That's why you guys got all the money.
I don't have that much money.
Don't start.
I don't have that much money. I'm trying to catch up to Trump, but I cannot afford a plane like he has.
Listen, I don't want to ever be as rich as that guy because I love being a blue collar dude, and quite frankly, more money, more problems. If I was that rich, I feel like I have nightmares about that. If I ever had that kind of money,
I just want my own private jet that says "fuck."
I would have girlfriends named Bambi and Sherry.
I really want it to say "fuck." Any Force One.
Oh. All right, guys.
He
Gotta
doesn't
shut
have
it down.
ego, right?
Sorry.
But he named his plane.
All right.
All right. Well, you guys all have a good night. Night, Fluffy.
Y'all have a
Nice
good
seeing
night.
y'all.
CP, David, Turner, OCD, John. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, nice meeting you
Great
guys.
discussions as always.
Hey CP, subscribe to my channel so I can catch up with you.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. You got a channel, OCD, or is it OCD? What's your channel, real quick?
OCD Auto. I don't even know how to. I'll put it in the link really quick.
I got you, OCD Auto. I got it.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see you guys later.
IBS sensor operations.
Got it.
Yep. That one.
Perfect.
Hey, if you guys could subscribe to me, I'm trying to get my numbers up so I can, start doing a little more, and I'll start advancing. I have another channel, but I had to kind of shut it down, like it's because of all that racing stuff. I had to.
What's your channel name?
Jonathan Trades.
Oh, Jonathan Trades. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to feature everybody to where they show up on my main homepage.
Oh my God, there's 2 channels for Jonathan Trades. Which one are you?
He has the Cobra.
Okay, that's the one.
Cobra
There's another guy with springs in his hands.
Oh no.
There's 2 guys. Somebody's got your channel.
Huh.
But,
like I said, I had a different one. I just, like I said, I needed to just separate myself from what I was. So, which, it is behind me. I'm not going to say I'm going to go back to that because I won't. I learned from my mistake. I am going forward. I'm in a better place. But, I did have to show that I was going to be a better person. So when I went before that judge, I can, tell him everything shut off, everything. I'm not that person anymore. And, God was behind me and gave me what I needed for an amazing, actually, outcome. Far better than I ever could have expected. So,
later,
hey, John, do you have if I want to email you, is there a bio with the email link in your bio?
I can add it if need be. Yeah, I don't know. Let me check. But yeah, I'll add it if not.
Add your email about your description, your channel description, so I can get a hold of you.
Yeah,
I just added OCD and I added John in the featured part of the channels. So you go to my homepage, my channel page, scroll all the way to the bottom, FM Fan Brothers. Everybody's linked right there.
You been getting any busier, Fluff? You still running slow?
Yeah, still slow.
We're slowing down for the first time in 2.5 years, man.
Can I say something real quick before we sign off?
What's that?
It's all yours, CP.
Oh, hail RBRT! Oh, hail RBRT!
All right, guys.
Okay,
I'll see you. Slowing down too.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
We'll talk to y'all later. All right, bye.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low,